Good morning and welcome to today's New York City Council Executive Budget Hearing for the Committee on Finance, joint with the Committee on Public Safety. At this time, we ask that you please silence all electronic devices, and at no time are you to approach the dais. If you would like to sign up for in-person testimony or have any other questions throughout the hearing, please see one of the Sergeant-at-Arms. Chairs, we're ready to begin.
Thank you, Sergeant. Okay, good morning and welcome to day 12 of FY26 Executive Budget Hearings. I'm Councilmember Justin Brannan. I chair the Committee on Finance. Today's hearing is on the New York City Police Department, and I'm proud to be joined by my friend and colleague, Councilmember Yusef Salaam, who chairs the Committee on Public Safety. We've been joined this morning by Council Members Caban, Lewis, Williams, Moya, and Carr, and Holden as well. Welcome, Commissioner Tisch and your team. Thank you all for joining us today to answer our questions. Just as a reminder, this is a government proceeding and decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent. We'll be taking public testimony on the NYPD and the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice executive budgets later today after testimony from the agencies. So if you wish to speak on either of those items, just make sure you fill out one of those witness slips located at the back table with the Sergeant-at-Arms, and we'll call you up later on today. Just to set the table, on May 1st, 2025, the administration released their executive financial plan for FY26 to 29 with a proposed FY26 budget of $115.1 billion. NYPD's proposed FY26 budget of $6.1 billion represents 5.3% of the administration's proposed FY26 budget in the executive plan. The $6.1 billion remains unchanged from the amount originally allocated in the preliminary plan back in January. As of March 2025, the NYPD had 1,637 vacancies relative to their FY25 budgeted headcount. In the Council's preliminary budget response, we continue to push the administration to fill all vacant or absent 911 system operator and police officer positions, as well as continue to push to reduce overtime spending. My questions today will largely focus on unspent funds, overtime, the quality of life division, police radio encryption, school safety agents, and pension increases. But now I want to turn to my co-chair for this hearing, Councilmember Yusef Salaam, so he can give his opening statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Welcome to the fiscal 2026 Executive Budget Hearing for the Committee on Public Safety. I am Councilmember Yusef Salaam, Chair of the Committee on Public Safety. Today we will discuss the fiscal 2026 Executive Budget for the Police Department and the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice to understand the administration's budget proposal for two agencies that play a central role for public safety. I'd like to welcome the leadership of these two agencies. Today I'm interested in learning about changes in NYPD's budget specifically for recruitment, overtime, budgeted structure, equipment funding, subway, and street safety. Additionally, the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice recently released an update to the 2019 Points of Agreement, which is a list of commitments that must be met in order to be able to properly and safely close Rikers Island. I intend to ask about the methodology and publication of this document and clarify many of the updates that are directly impacted by the policies and actions of the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice. The committee would also like to discuss these and other budgetary changes and their impact on public safety. I also want to thank our public safety staff for their hard work, our financial analysts, Owen Kotowski and Casey Leshke, policy analysts Chad Benjamin, Counsel Jeremy Whitman, and Senior Counsel Josh Kinsley. I also want to thank my staff, Wilma Brown, Mufaza Hussein, and Lerman Mays. I would also like to welcome Commissioner Tisch and her team, who we will hear from first, and I'm going to now pass it back to my co-chair, Justin Brannan.
Thank you, Chair Salaam. Before we get started, I also want to thank Jack Story, Casey Lysky, and Owen Kotowski, and all the Council Finance staff. This is day 12. Tomorrow will be our last hearing of 3 weeks of executive budget hearings, and I really want to thank our staff and everyone that works so hard behind the scenes to help make these hearings possible. I'm now going to turn it over to my committee counsel, Brian Sarfo, to swear everyone in, and we can get started.
Good morning. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Commissioner Tisch?
I do.
First Deputy Kinsella? I do. Deputy Commissioner Ryan? I do. Deputy Commissioner Gerber? Deputy Chief Clifford? I do. And I have Chief Kenny. Thanks. You may begin.
Good morning, Chair Salam, Chair Brannan, and members of the City Council Committees on Public Safety and Finance. I am Jessica Tisch, Commissioner of the New York City Police Department. I'm joined at the table today by First Deputy Commissioner Tanya Kinsella, Deputy Commissioner of Management and Budget Christine Ryan, Deputy Commissioner of Legal Matters Michael Gerber, and Deputy Chief Gregory Clifford, Commanding Officer of the Office of Management Analysis and Planning, as well as other members of my executive staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the NYPD's fiscal year 2026 executive budget. In March, we provided comprehensive testimony on many topics, ranging from crime reduction strategies to internal NYPD reforms to public safety legislation. Today, we are here to provide updates on some of those issues and to discuss more ways that we can work together on behalf of all the people that we serve. Major crime in New York City continues to go down in our precincts, on our subways, and in our housing developments. NYPD officers have taken more than 2,200 illegal guns off our streets in 2025, and nearly 22,000 since the Adams administration began. This has helped drive down citywide shooting incidents by 20% from this point last year. And the NYPD's work in May has been exceptional. We just had the safest Memorial Day weekend in terms of gun violence that New York City has ever seen, with the fewest shootings in recorded history and 0 shootings on that Sunday, the first time that has happened in the 32 years that we have been keeping records. And with 2 full days remaining in the month, we are on track to have the fewest murders and the fewest shootings for any May on record. This is the result of smart strategy, thoughtful execution, precise analysis, and 49,000 people all focused on one thing: public safety. And that focus on crime fighting is at the heart of our summer violence reduction plan. This plan continues the work that has made our neighborhoods, subways, and housing developments safer through the expansion of our citywide zones. As we have seen over the past several months, this data-driven scalpel approach works. Throughout our zone deployments in some of our city's most violent areas, major crime is down nearly 20% year to date. Now we have expanded and repositioned our deployments based on current data, crime trends, and community concerns. The result is 70 summer zones covering 57 different commands across all 5 boroughs. This is the largest deployment of its kind in department history. 1,500 uniformed officers on foot posts in precincts, public housing, and in our subways, and all of them focused on high-priority index crimes and shootings. The summer is just getting underway, but the early results of this plan are quite promising. Since May 5th, major crime in our summer zones during deployment is down nearly 30%, with double-digit decreases in robbery, felony assault, burglary, grand larceny, and auto theft. Shootings are down more than 57%, and major subway crime within these zones is down 29%. Just as I laud the NYPD's successes fighting crime, I'm equally candid about the challenges that we still face, whether it is surging recidivism, faults in the discovery law, or the proliferation of illegal firearms. We must deal with every issue directly and honestly, and that includes juvenile gun violence. 2 weeks ago, a 16-year-old girl was killed by a stray bullet fired into a group of children by a 14-year-old boy who was handed the gun by a 13-year-old boy. It was a tragedy, but it was not an aberration. From 2018 to 2024, the number of children under the age of 18 arrested with a gun increased by 136% in New York City. Over the same time, shooters under the age of 18 went up by 92%, and young shooting victims increased 81%. Why? What happened? Among the factors, the first part of New York State's Raise the Age law took effect in 2018. The legislation changed both the age of criminal responsibility and the way teenage offenders are processed in the courts. The idea behind this was one that we can all agree with. Children should not be treated like adults in our criminal justice system. But as the law took effect, here's what we saw. When the age of criminal responsibility went up, the age of criminal suspects went down. Gangs and crews began recruiting younger and younger members and had them carry the guns and commit the shootings, the robberies, the assaults. Before raise the age, about 30% of our arrests of individuals under age 18 were for a major felony. Now it's 60%. And we cannot forget, when more shooters are kids, more shooting victims are kids too. This is serious, and seriously bad things come from a consequence-free environment. Over the next year, we need to have honest conversations about how the criminal justice system deals with youth offenders, because the current trajectory is unsustainable and unsafe. I do not come here with all the answers, but I do look forward to working with the council on effective youth strategies. In the first quarter of this year, shootings in New York City fell to their lowest level ever. We had the second fewest homicides in recorded history. There were double-digit crime declines across patrol, transit, and housing. The public safety gains made by the men and women of the NYPD were truly historic. But even as crime and violence fell, New Yorkers were telling us they still did not feel safe. Chronic conditions in their neighborhoods, like abandoned vehicles, homeless encampments, illegal parking, unreasonable noise, public drinking and urination, and open-air drug markets give the impression of chaos and disorder. They make people feel unsafe. And calls to 311 concerning quality of life issues nearly doubled in the past 6 years. So in direct response to these increased 311 complaints, the NYPD launched the Quality of Life Division in mid-April, recentering our approach to public safety. Since inception, our Q teams have resolved thousands of 311 calls across 6 commands, helping to clear blocked driveways and bike lanes, settle noise complaints, and keep our public spaces safe and orderly. And they have ensured that these issues are addressed promptly and do not languish for days. This work is having a real impact. In less than 6 weeks, the Quality of Life Division has seized more than 200 illegal mopeds and recklessly operated e-bikes, removed more than 2,000 abandoned, derelict, or unregistered vehicles, cleared around 440 encampments, and inspected more than 400 smoke shops, padlocking around 50 of them. In 2025, quality of life enforcement is not about preventing more serious crime. In fact, it is not about crime at all. It is about improving quality of life, being responsive to community complaints, and fixing the very real issues people are dealing with every day, including out-of-control e-bikes. Every person is obligated to follow the very basic rules of the road. When it comes to traffic safety, compliance is not optional. We will not tolerate e-bikes driving recklessly, running red lights, ignoring stop signs, driving on the sidewalk, and riding against traffic. Residents have consistently raised fears about serious injury or worse, and this enforcement initiative is in direct response to those clear concerns. And the enforcement looks different now for one simple reason. Our previous approach wasn't working. B summonses returnable to traffic court are part of a regulatory framework designed for licensed car drivers. If you ignore a B summons, you have your license suspended. If you are a menace on the roads and accumulate enough points on your license, it will be suspended. None of this makes any sense for e-bikes because a license is not required to operate one. So instead, for certain hazardous offenses, we are issuing C summonses returnable to criminal court. This is the option available to the NYPD under the current law, and we are eager to work with the council and the state legislature on a new, meaningful paradigm for biking enforcement. But I want to be clear, far from being a war on e-bikes, this enforcement initiative is designed to keep these vehicles as a viable and sustainable transportation option in New York City. There is a desperate need for legislative reform to keep pace with the reality on the streets, and to the extent that has not happened yet, it has created dangerous conditions. The NYPD is responsible for keeping people safe consistent with the law, and we will continue to do so. In 2025, the NYPD has issued nearly 251,000 summonses to cars versus about 5,100 summonses to e-bikes. So clearly, this initiative is only one part of our larger effort to ensure safe streets for all New Yorkers, work that is saving lives. This year, traffic fatalities are down 24% and collision injuries are down 12%. And every vehicle type collision category is down year to date with one exception, and that is e-bikes. The NYPD depends on the public trust. That trust is built by unimpeachable integrity, and it is maintained by strong ethical leadership. Over the past 5 months, we have reshaped our executive leadership, amended our vehicle pursuit policy, reduced waste and redundancy in our vehicle fleet, and returned more than 1,000 cops from administrative roles back to patrol. We continue to enhance efficiency, improve policy, and reinforce accountability. When I was last here, I said that we were focused on our disciplinary process and ensuring that it is fair and effective. That means having an internal affairs bureau that identifies and roots out cases of misconduct, and having a department advocate's office that prosecutes those cases rigorously. It also means that we must have a thorough and consistent process when the CCRB substantiates allegations of misconduct. When I started in this position, I became concerned that some of our procedures for CCRB cases had come unmoored from the principles that guide our disciplinary system. We needed to make changes, and we did. For example, paragraph 2 of our 2012 MOU with the CCRB states that when the CCRB is seeking charges and specifications against an officer, there are certain circumstances in which the police commissioner can retain the case rather than it being prosecuted by the CCRB. In particular, I can take this step when there are ongoing parallel or related criminal investigations, or in the interests of justice when an officer has no disciplinary history or prior substantiated CCRB complaints. But just because I can do something does not always mean that I should. I am committed to being thoughtful about when I exercise this authority, and I have been. Last year, the department took 93 cases away from the CCRB pursuant to this Provision 2 authority. In the first 4 months of this year, that number is 13. And until a few months ago, we were imposing a short SOL rule that administratively closed hundreds of CCRB cases that came to us shortly before the statute of limitations expired. I ordered the Department Advocate's Office to reverse that policy decision and eliminate that rule. My directive is clear. Cases should not be closed on technicalities, and we must make substantial efforts to review every case brought to us by the CCRB. In 2024, 848 CCRB cases were closed because of short SOL. Since we made this change on March 1st, there have only been 3. Going forward, that number can be 0, and it should be, but I want to be clear. The CCRB needs to do its part here. Our Department Advocate's Office is making Herculean efforts to process cases quickly. In some instances, we only have days, and this is not fair to the officers or to the complainants. We urge the CCRB to review its own procedures and to take steps to process cases expeditiously. Discipline is important. Even more important is to improve our practices so that we get it right and that there is no need for discipline. My team is working closely and collaboratively with the Federal Monitor to achieve the goals of the monitorship and to ensure that our stop, question, and frisk practices are constitutionally sound. That is why at Compliance Stat, we are laser focused on the constitutionality of stops, frisks, and searches conducted by our officers. We are putting time and resources into Compliance Stat, and it is working. In the third quarter of 2024, the Monitor found that 91% of our stops were lawful, compared to 82% in the first quarter. We also improved over that time when it comes to frisks, 79% compliance versus 62%, and searches, 78% compliance versus 67%. Through Compliance Stat, we can and will push those Compliance Stat rates even higher. When we talk about stops, we also must acknowledge long-standing racial disparities. The Monitor has found that controlling for various factors, such as the crimes being investigated, when it comes to a variety of post-stop outcomes, such as frisks, searches, arrests, summonses, use of force, and the recovery of contraband or weapons, racial disparities over time have been substantially reduced or been eliminated entirely. For the stops themselves, racial disparities remain, and we are working with the Monitor to formulate a 14th Amendment compliance plan that will tackle that issue head-on. When it comes to constitutional policing, we are proud of our successes and clear-eyed about the challenges that remain. We will continue to identify where we fall short and implement ways to be better. New Yorkers deserve nothing less. As you know, I am committed to the efficient and appropriate use of overtime at the NYPD, and our overtime management plan is achieving that goal. In the first half of fiscal year 2025, the NYPD's overtime spending was about 11% above the previous year. Now, we have not only slowed that trend, we have reversed it. Since the plan was implemented, each month has seen significant reductions in overtime spending year over year. When compared to the same month in 2024, January overtime spending was down 9.7%, February was down 10.1%, March was down 14%, and April was down 15%. You can clearly see the improving trend as the plan has been honed and refined over time, and these reductions resulted in combined savings of $40.4 million over the first 4 months of 2025 compared to last year. Overall, with this renewed focus and enhanced compliance measures, we anticipate that our overtime spending will be lower than the target established with the Office of Management and Budget for fiscal year 2025, and significantly lower than it would have been if no measures were taken in January. To be clear, none of this has come at the expense of public safety. We continue to do all the necessary work to reduce crime and improve quality of life. No one does it better than the women and men of the NYPD, but it is no secret that we need more of them. And as I have said before, this is not a budget problem. We have the will and we have the means, but lately we do not have the applicants. The result is an 11% drop in NYPD uniformed headcount over the past 7 years. It's simple. More cops on patrol make our city safer. Hiring 1,000 recruits in January of this year was a good start, but it was not nearly enough. So we expanded our eligibility requirements, reducing the number of college credits needed to apply from 60 down to 24. This brought the NYPD more in line with modern standards, since most of our peer agencies do not require any college credits at all. Those changes took effect in February, and the impact was immediate. In the past few months, more than 12,600 new filers have registered to take the police officer exam, and more than 4,000 previously ineligible applicants moved to reopen their cases. Daily applications are up 75%, going from an average of 56 per day up to 98, and about 4,100 people have registered for the next police exam. This gives us a fighting chance to reach Mayor Adams' goal of 35,000 uniformed officers by the fall of next year, a headcount that we haven't seen since 2022. Our department's goal is to hire about 35 new officers in 2025, continuing the year-over-year increases from the 2,041 hires in 2022, 2,356 in 2023, and 2,631 in 2024. This is good news for our city, but we need the news to be even better. Increased headcount means less overtime, less stress on our workforce, and better service for New Yorkers. I am confident that we can get there, and we appreciate the mayor's and the council's support in this effort. There are many other areas as well where the NYPD and the City Council can work together to increase public safety and dramatically improve the quality of life in our city. First, we propose a change to the administrative code to make it a misdemeanor to possess an ATV within the confines of New York City. Though ATVs cannot be legally operated on New York City roadways, they can be legally possessed, making enforcement of the law challenging. Second, we need to revisit the law regarding groups wearing masks in public. What was a public health necessity 5 years ago has now become an easy way for criminals to hide their identities, and we cannot allow this to continue. The members of the NYPD and the New York City Council want the same thing, a safe city for all. Whenever possible, we should be working together toward that shared goal, and I am eager to partner with you on any policies and legislation that gets us closer to achieving it. And finally, the council has before it a bill that would ban the department's criminal group database. We spoke about this at our hearing in March, and since then, the database has continued to play a critical role in keeping our city safe. This intelligence tool helps us to understand crew-related violence and identify potential retaliation targets after a shooting. Simply put, this investigative tool helps the NYPD save lives. We saw this in late April when we announced a major gang takedown with the Southern District, where a long-term investigation led to the indictment of 27 TDA members on charges including racketeering and sex trafficking. Every single person indicted was listed in the database. Similar gang cases were recently closed in Queens and Manhattan this year with help from the database, including the early May assault in Times Square against our cops by Los Diablos, a splinter set of TDA. Several of those suspects were listed in the database, which aided in their swift apprehension. I have been clear and consistent on this. If you want to work with us to improve the database, we are eager to sit down and discuss this together, but don't eliminate it. Doing so will make our city and its people less safe. Now I will speak briefly about a topic on the minds of many New Yorkers, and that is immigration enforcement. Under city law, we are not allowed to participate in or assist in civil immigration enforcement, and we do not. We have been very clear and consistent on this, and our officers understand that this is a red line that we cannot cross. At the same time, we will continue to target criminals regardless of their immigration status. As permitted by law, we work daily on criminal investigations with federal law enforcement through various task forces, and that partnership requires that we share information. That is what it means to conduct a joint investigation and to work collaboratively with our federal partners. Some have asked whether we should reconsider our cooperation with federal agencies on criminal investigations in light of their work with ICE. The short, straight answer to this is no. Working with our federal partners on criminal matters is crucial to the safety of our city. We are talking about cases to protect our city from terrorism, saving children from exploitation and sex trafficking, and combating transnational criminal organizations. The only way these investigations are successful is by NYPD detectives working seamlessly with federal agents on a daily basis. Interfering with that work would be disastrous for the people of New York City. Now let me be clear. I am nobody's fool. If we were to find that a federal agency had not been honest with us, if we were told that a records request was for a criminal investigation, but in fact that was not true, then that would be a tremendous breach of our trust. And we would need to reconsider how we do business with that federal agency. I have been very upfront about that with all of our federal partners. But my experience has been just the opposite. We have an incredibly good relationship with our federal partners, a relationship built on mutual respect and trust. I know that I value that relationship, and I know that my federal counterparts feel the same way. Now, turning to the mayor's executive budget and its impact on the NYPD in the coming fiscal year. In totality, the NYPD's fiscal year 2026 expense budget is $6.14 billion, the vast majority of which, or 92%, is allocated for personnel costs. The remaining 8% is dedicated to non-personnel costs, which include costs for technology that provides officers with immediate access to critical data and applications, safety equipment, our response vehicles, and facilities. We are grateful for the additional new funding of $322.9 million included as part of the executive budget, which is for the following in the current fiscal year only. $301.8 million to address our structural overtime shortfall in the current fiscal year, and $21.1 million toward the department's structural technology funding shortfall. Mayor Adams has proven his commitment to public safety again and again and again, and the NYPD is thankful for his continued support. In addition to the department's operating budget, our 10-year capital strategy includes $1.55 billion for fiscal years 2025 through 2035. This funding is critical for facility construction projects, over $698 million, or 45% of the capital budget, including a renovated firearms training facility, communications, and other information technology infrastructure, over $428 million, or 28%, and large vehicle life cycle replacements, including ESU trucks, tow trucks, boats, and helicopters, $385 million, or 25%. While we have not yet experienced any direct impact on our federal funding levels under the new administration, we are closely monitoring any directives and new grant guidance. Federal funding, while only making up 3.7% of our overall budget, covers critical functions within the department. On average, the NYPD receives just under $200 million each year in new federal grant funding, and the majority of that support historically comes from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. The DHS grants enhance the department's counterterrorism capabilities, especially in the transit system and at our ports. These grant funds have supported counterterrorism efforts by funding the department's efforts to, among other priorities, deploy officers within the transit system and train officers to respond to chemical, ordnance, biological, and radiological threats or incidents. On March 27, 2025, the Department of Homeland Security issued the federal fiscal year 2025 standard terms and conditions that will accompany new grant agreements. Among other provisions, the grant template includes a requirement that grant recipients certify certain forms of cooperation with federal civil immigration enforcement with the Department of Homeland Security and immigration officials. In addition to future funding awards being at risk, because most federal grants span multiple fiscal years, potential constraints on new funds could also affect dollars already awarded. At present, the department has approximately $246 million in authorized but unbilled spending across all open grants. Federal fiscal year 2020 through the most recent federal fiscal year 2024, which could be at risk. Of this, $212.1 million is DHS, $18.4 million is DOJ, and $15.5 million is from other federal sources. On May 13, 2025, New York State Attorney General Letitia James joined 19 other state attorneys general in a lawsuit challenging the new DHS conditions. The complaint argues that tying emergency management and disaster relief funding to state immigration enforcement actions unlawfully exceeds the department's statutory authority. Federal grant funds are essential and critical to safeguarding New York City residents and visitors, as well as our critical transportation and port infrastructure. The NYPD will be closely following any news and updates regarding this lawsuit, and we will continue to work with OMB to assess any potential impacts to this critical funding stream. In my 17 years working in city government, I have never accepted the status quo when the status quo no longer serves New Yorkers. With that philosophy in mind, over the past 6 months, the NYPD has reduced crime, launched a series of new strategies and plans to improve safety and quality of life, and instituted a number of reforms to improve our efficiency, effectiveness, and performance. We are proud of this progress, but we also know that there is more work to do. I am driven by that work and committed to a strong partnership with the Council. We may not always agree, but there will always be clear communication and mutual respect, and a shared focus on the safety and the well-being of all the people we serve. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today about the extraordinary work of the men and women of the New York City Police Department. My staff and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, for your testimony. We've been joined by Council members Marte, Ariola, Powers, Brewer, Ressler, Brooks, Powers, and Sanchez, and Stevens. I want to jump right into the unspent salary funding. So over the course of the fiscal year, NYPD hasn't been staffed to its budgeted amount. We see that there are approximately 1,300 uniform vacancies and 1,600 civilian vacancies. And we understand the department is trying to hire up to its budgeted amount, and the council is supportive of the department doing so. We believe hiring to your full headcount could also offset some of our overtime costs, which is always a topic of interest at the council. So at this time, how much was budgeted for salaries that hasn't been spent due to vacancies?
So actually, at this time, we don't have significant personnel accruals because the funding that had been taken tied to restricting our headcount was restored and tied to restoring the classes that we had this year, so we're actually not anticipating significant accruals in the current year. The budget was adjusted, frankly, without the headcount being taken down, so it had been adjusted previously, so it's pretty in line with what our staffing level.
So there isn't unspent funding in the budget due to vacancies?
No.
Are you planning to self-fund any new needs with any extra money you might have?
We do that on the margins. If there's small amounts of money, for example, for OTPS or PS, we will mod it around, but nothing significant is anticipated at this time.
And when do you project that you'll be able to fill all the vacant positions?
OMB has indicated that we should be able to get to head count based on the funding perspective from fiscal year 27. We are trying to do as much as we can, as the commissioner said. In the current calendar year, we're looking to hire 3,500 officers. We had a class of over 1,000 in January, 769 in April.
Are you planning more academy classes that are over 1,000?
Yes, we are. The mayor has been very clear with us that we are able to hire as many applicants as we can find. Right now, the goal is 35,000 by fall of next year. We had our first class in January of 1,000. That was the largest class we've had in about 10 years. Our next class in April was about 800. We're going for another 1,000 in July and another 1,000 thereafter.
So at the preliminary budget hearing earlier this year, NYPD testified that the projected overtime spending for FY25 is going to be approximately $1.23 billion. In this plan, $301 million was added to FY25, bringing the current OT budget to around $1 billion. So can you update us on the end-of-year projection for overtime spending?
Yes, so actually, based on the overtime management plan that we've put in place and the savings we are seeing year over year, we're now projecting $1.1 billion for this year, and a portion of that will be grant funding.
And how have some of the initiatives that you've implemented affected overtime spending? And how does overtime spending currently compare to last year?
So last year, so essentially, the first half of fiscal year '25, as mentioned before, was almost 11% higher than in 2025 was 11% higher than in 2024. What we've seen this year since the implementation of the overtime management plan is consistent month-over-month reductions. January, year over year, was down 9.7%. February was down 10%. March was down 13.7% year over year, and April was down 15%.
So the FY26 OT budget is $578 million. Is PD in talks with OMB to right-size the FY26 budget to more accurately reflect the actual spending?
Yes, we've been having those conversations. They've been ongoing. We're working with OMB on our fiscal year '26 projection, and we do anticipate there will be adjustments both to reflect the need that we have on the city-funded side and also grants as they're awarded throughout the year.
Okay, the state budget included $77 million to New York City for overtime and enhanced patrol in the subways and mass transit systems. What is the plan? Has it been published for the public?
Yes. So at the NYPD, working with the governor's office, that plan funds mostly putting 2 officers on every overnight train. That has been running for several months now, and we are seeing very good results in terms of our subway safety numbers. As we sit here right now, I believe transit crime is down 6% year to date.
And could you give us an idea of how many officers are dedicated just to daily subway patrols?
Well, for the subway safety plan, for the overnight subway safety stuff, it's upwards of 300 officers that we have doing the shifts on the trains.
Is it usually the same cops, or do you rotate?
It is largely the same officers doing it.
Okay. And how does overtime spending come into play here with the enhanced patrol of the subways?
Some of that is done on overtime, and which actually makes the reductions that we've seen since January, since the overtime management plan, all the more incredible, because that is an area where we've had to use extra overtime, and nonetheless, month after month, we are seeing double-digit declines department-wide in overtime spend.
Okay, we heard that approximately half of NYPD's bomb squad is eligible for retirement. Is that true?
I don't have those numbers in front of me.
Okay.
But it is certainly quite possible. As I've said a number of times, 20 years ago, the city hired huge classes of police officers. And so there is an unprecedented number of people this year eligible for retirement. Among the reasons that we are so focused on our hiring and getting as many people as possible into and through our academy. But I can look at and get back to you on the exact numbers of people in the bomb squad eligible for retirement. But if you're getting at, are we going to train more people to join the bomb squad? we generally look at where people are eligible for retirement and try to plan accordingly in terms of staffing different units in the department.
Okay. As of March, around $30 million has been spent on terminal leave. It's approximately 154% more than what was budgeted in FY25. Could you tell us what the reason is for that increased spending?
So we have seen, as the commissioner said, there were large classes 20 years ago. There were large classes in January. I think there were some last year as well. So when you have more people retire, there's more terminal leave payouts.
Are more senior officers with more time saved and a higher salary leaving?
I don't have the specific distribution, but we can get back to you on that.
Okay. Within the traffic enforcement unit of appropriation, there's $7.7 million budgeted, which supports 160 full-time positions for tow violations. As of March, we see that about $130,000 has been spent for 3 positions. Could you walk us through that? Is this actual underspending in this area, or have people been reassigned?
I'll have to get back to you on the details on that specific object code and budget code.
Okay, because it looks like there's like 157 vacant positions according to the U of A.
We'll look at that. There may just be a misalignment there.
Okay. Okay, one more from me, and then I have a lot of questions from colleagues. The executive capital plan includes about $80 million in FY25 and about $12 million in FY26 for the radio upgrades and encryption. This represents an increase of almost $10 million in FY26. Could you tell us what the status is of the radio encryption? Have all precincts and boroughs been encrypted?
No, they have not all been encrypted yet. Out of our 36 zones, 63.9%, 23 or 63.9% are already encrypted, and we believe that the full migration is projected to complete within 1 year.
One last question, just something local from me. The capital plan includes $9.5 million for the reconstruction of a firing range in my district in Coney Island. Could you tell us when construction will begin and end?
So we actually anticipate construction beginning this summer. With that, the contract is almost finalized and in place. I will, before the end of the hearing, get you the exact date of when we anticipate it will be complete.
Okay. We've also been joined by Deputy Speaker Ayala. I'm now going to turn it over to Chair Salam. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I want to start with the 911 operators hiring. At the preliminary budget, at that hearing, we heard that there was a shortage of 911 operators and that 911 calls were being directed to an audio recording. We heard testimony that a significant amount of 911 operators were on leave due to mental and physical stress. This is why the council called on the administration to provide adequate staff to answer all 911 calls in a timely manner. What is the current budget and actual headcount of 911 operators?
The budgeted FY26 budgeted headcount for PCTs is 1,412. Currently, we sit at 1,210, which means we have 202 vacancies. I am pleased to report that we have a plan to get to our budgeted headcount within a year, and this is absolutely essential. The members of our communications division, our 911 call takers, are a lifeline for New Yorkers, and every call needs to be answered without delay. But that's not all the changes that we've made to our 911 call center operations. Recently, we changed management there. We have been working directly with the union, with DC 37, on ways to improve the quality of the experience of being a PCT. For example, we're looking at providing shuttles for our 911 call takers to the trains. when they're done with a busy shift. And we have also changed who the 911 call takers and the communications division is reporting to. Our first deputy commissioner and her office are now overseeing very closely all of these changes at 911, and it has quite serious focus from this department on addressing the issues that you raised at the last hearing.
You said that the number that you were hoping to reach or going to reach was how much?
The budgeted headcount is 1,412.
And you're currently at 1,210.
Yes, 202 vacancies.
202, got it. Would this be an appropriate number to answer the nearly 8 million 911 calls that come in each year?
So I am never shy about asking our Office of Management and Budget in New York City or the council for new needs. But I don't believe that I'm in a place now to come to you or to come to OMB asking for new needs in terms of greater authorized headcount until I get to or closer to the authorized headcount. But when we do, a year from now, hopefully that will be a very different conversation. And, well, we will be having that conversation. When the budgeted number for police communications is down in real numbers from when I oversaw the communications division back when I was deputy commissioner of IT, and I think we have to get back towards the 2017 numbers, which was a few hundred PCTs higher than what the current budget is.
Do you know how many operators are currently on leave?
I do not have that information in front of me, but we can get back to you right after this hearing.
And are 911 calls being directed to an audio message?
When there are delays, meaning when all of the 911 call takers are busy answering other calls, you will hear an audio recording that basically says, just hold the phone. So yes, there are some calls that where the caller will hear that audio message, generally at very busy times. We are quite focused on reducing the percentages of calls that go to that audio recording. We need to get that back down to zero, among the reasons why we are so focused on this hiring. I am proud to report that in the past month, as we have been doing this real focus on addressing issues at the 911 call center, the percentage of calls going to that recording is reduced.
Do we know what the average time someone who is in need of help is sitting on hold when it goes to the audio message?
I don't have that time in front of me, but I believe that time is going to be, the average time is going to be incredibly low because the vast majority of calls to 911 are answered immediately.
You know, recruitment, we heard in your opening statement about some of the initiatives that you have taken to increase NYPD's recruitment. Can you talk more about those initiatives and any new ones since our hearing in March?
Yes, a few things. The first thing that we did is we looked at the eligibility requirements, what requirements we put on candidates looking to become police officers. And a place where we had a real glaring opportunity to improve was on the college credits. So historically at the department, we have required 60 college credits to enter into the academy. After a lot of thought, we reduced that number down to 24 college credits. At the same time, our academy has been accredited for more credits than previously. So people completing the academy They won't end, if they have less than 60 college credits, they won't end up with the same amount of credits they otherwise would have had, but they will end up with a significant amount of credits at the end of their time at the academy. In addition to that, we have also been working with our fraternal organizations, our NYPD associations. We have many, many, many of them, and they know their communities the best. They have been working in partnership with our Personnel Bureau on a massive recruitment effort, meeting people where they are, in their communities, in their schools, in their houses of worship. And that has been quite successful in terms of driving up the number of filers or applicants we have to the department over the past several months.
I've heard from captains in my district, as I'm sure many of our colleagues have, that they need additional officers for their precincts. Can you talk about the staffing levels of the precincts and how officers are assigned and deployed throughout the city?
Yes, I am I agree with them. We need more cops in our precincts. I am also proud to tell you that as we sit right now, we have more cops on patrol today than we did a year ago. And that is because we have reassigned over 1,000 officers previously working desk jobs into precincts. And as we've discussed at this hearing, we are also looking to hire more and more, as many officers as possible, because we need cops in our patrol commands. You know, my approach to staffing at the NYPD is patrol, transit, housing, operational commands first. Everything else is a luxury. But unless and until those commands and those positions are fully staffed, we can't see bloat in other parts of the department. And so the way we've gotten more cops onto patrol is, one, by upping our hiring, but two, reprioritizing those numbered commands, as we call them.
I want to ask about overtime. Recently, there was a scandal involving NYPD's former chief of department. We would like to hear about the NYPD's process for approving overtime going forward.
So in January of this year, we instituted an overtime management plan in the department where we set very clear thresholds for uniformed and civilian members of service, on the civilian side based on title, and on the uniform side based on type of assignment. Is it operational, is it investigative, or is it administrative? We also have our first deputy commissioner and our deputy commissioner of management and budget poring over all of the overtime records to ensure that each officer is no officer is exceeding those overtime thresholds. We have created a new position in each command, which is someone assigned, an executive, among their duties, assigned to ensuring compliance with the overtime rules. And when our first deputy commissioner or deputy commissioner of management and budget see anomalies, that's who they will reach out to. But their work has been extraordinary. It takes an incredible amount of doggedness and effort, not just to set the standards, but to make sure that the entire department is conforming to them. And I believe that we now have the processes and procedures that are required to effectively and responsibly manage overtime at the New York City Police Department. And I'm sorry, I found the answer to one of your previous questions. The average 911 call is answered in less than 6 seconds.
Well, definitely, thank you for that answer. Why is 98% of the NYPD's uniform overtime budget still held in the Chief of Department's unit of appropriation? Wouldn't budgeting overtime in other areas be an additional check on overtime spending and approvals?
So the reason for that is because officers are often working overtime outside of their home command, if it's a parade, if it's a protest, if it's a certain event. So we budget it centrally because we honestly don't know in the beginning exactly which officer is going to be doing which overtime, so the distribution would just not be realistic across each of the individual structures for the commands.
Would NYPD work with OMB to budget overtime costs at the precincts and unit level instead of holding most of the overtime funding in one budget code?
So because of the challenges I just indicated, that would not enable us to manage the overtime. It would not be reflective of how the overtime actually gets utilized.
I want to move to questions about subway surfing. In recent times, some of the youth in our city have been partaking in a dangerous trend of subway surfing. I would like to hear more from the Commissioner on the department's resources dedicated to educating and stopping our youth from partaking in this dangerous activity. I would also like to make sure that we aren't arresting them for this, but rather we are trying to make them understand that this is an activity that they cannot and should not do because of the inherent dangers therein.
If it's okay, Chair, I'll have our Chief of Transit, who oversees these efforts, answer that question.
Yes, so subway surfing's one of the main things we look at. The average age of a subway surfer is 14 years old, which is very concerning for all of us. We had a meeting in this room where we discussed that previously, and we take it very seriously. We take a couple different approaches to this. One would be we have drones up looking for subway surfers. And when we do get a subway surfer and it do stop them, it's not just an arrest. It's not about arresting. What we'll do with this is we will meet with the parents. We will sit down. We will talk to the kids. We will identify the school. We'll get our outreach to that school and speak to the students at that school, because a lot of times what we see, it's repeat offenders at repeat schools. So it's about outreach at the center of everything we do with subway surfing, using technology to help us do that as well. And there's some harrowing videos out there where you see very young individuals up on top of those trains, and it's very concerning to us. But our core purpose is to identify them, to identify the repeat offenders, get with their parents, get with the schools, and try to prevent it in the future.
And oftentimes, the parents, the chief has reported to me, the parents are shocked when they see the videos of their kids subway surfing, but the parents definitely have to be a part of this equation here.
Yeah, and to the Commissioner's point, we've had parents collapse thinking they had to tell a tragedy had happened to their child who was subway surfing. So we see the effect. It's deep-rooted, and like I said, a lot of times we see repeat offenders.
Well, definitely, thank you for the effort to stem this dangerous, I don't even know what to call it, but it shouldn't happen, right? I'm going to come back to my questioning, but I'm going to yield to allow for Tiffany, Councilmember Tiffany Caban, to ask her questions.
Thank you. Good morning, all. I want to start with the policy that you referenced in your testimony about issuing criminal summonses to cyclists for minor traffic infractions. What I would like to get on the record is exactly what the policy states, in more detail than what we're seeing here. And specifically, does the policy to issue criminal summons apply to all traffic infractions or specific ones? Like if there is I'm going to go through a couple of questions because my time is very limited. Or are there specific ones? And then in relation to that, is there a similar policy for non-cyclists, so pedestrians, motorists, et cetera? And then the second part of this question has to do with how the officer approaches that policy. Does the policy mandate that the officer is to issue a criminal summons, or is the decision discretionary? And if it is discretionary, I want to know what the factors are that officers are taking into account, whether to issue a criminal summons or a civil summons.
Okay, so no, it does not apply to all traffic infractions. There are 6 specific violations. They are reckless driving, operating an e-bike while under the influence of alcohol or drugs, wrong way riding, disobeying red light signals, disobeying traffic control devices, and failure to stop at a stop sign. What was your second question?
The policy that where you can issue that criminal summons, is it a mandate or is the decision discretionary by the officer?
Officers, in any situation involving enforcement, I mean, officers are going to have discretion.
Okay, so-
Wait, hold on. But to answer your question, right, we are giving them direction in terms of how we are looking to approach certain types of infractions.
What are the factors? Because I'm running out of time, so I just want to know, list out the factors.
No, but that's not, as you all know, that is not how discretion works.
It absolutely is.
No,
Wait,
it
because
is not some rigid list. That's not what discretion is at all. That's the
factors are not,
opposite.
okay, hold on for a second. Factors are not a rigid list, right? When a policy is discretionary, there is usually some sort of information around, hey, officers, these are the things that you should look out for or consider when you are making the decision whether to do a thing. I'm not asking for black and white, hard and fast rules. I'm asking you to list out what some of the factors that officers are encouraged to take into account when they're deciding to use their discretion.
And my point to you is that discretion is not, the exercise of discretion by our officers, which is critical, of course, is not particular to C summonses for certain types of e-bike infractions, right? When we're talking about traffic infractions generally, when we're talking about violations, officers exercise discretion.
And what are they thinking about when they exercise that discretion? What are the factors that they are thinking about when deciding how to use their discretion?
Right. And it does not reduce to some list.
Okay.
It is a holistic assessment.
Thank you.
that our
I only have a
officers
couple
engage
seconds
in
left, so I
every
want to
day.
finish asking questions, but I think it's important to note on the record for everybody here that there's no, like, it is not, it does not increase public trust in how this is being enforced if you cannot even articulate or name the things that officers are considering when using that discretion or not. And if I could just have a couple extra seconds to wrap up my thoughts.
Go ahead.
On this, chairs. So I think that fundamentally that's an enforcement problem that is unacceptable. I will say that the consequences of these stops versus I understand that there's a real challenge in creating safe habits, but the enforcement mechanisms and their impacts are really, really disparate. Where a person might get their license suspended, a person who is more likely to be a person of color, who works a low-wage job, who might be an immigrant, that gets a criminal summons, may end up in deportation proceedings, may have to go to criminal court for months, sometimes up to a year or more. And so it's not just, it's not right, and it's actually quite dangerous. And the data shows that e-bike collisions and injuries through April 30th, 2025 are down 26% compared to the year before. Rider injuries are down 17% in that same period, and pedestrian injuries are down 47%. So I think that there are other ways to accomplish these goals that don't involve criminalization of already vulnerable communities and outsized criminalization at that. And then I just want to, I will end with a comment. It's not a question, but I appreciated, Commissioner, the testimony around acknowledging the longstanding racial disparities, because they do exist and we can't deny them. And unfortunately, you had colleagues here at the last hearing who just denied them. So I'm glad that we can at least agree on those facts. It doesn't do you guys any favors to deny that. But I will say that I was surprised by it kind of being viewed a little bit under rose-colored glasses here, because they haven't been substantially reduced or eliminated. I will say it's not just the stops where the racial disparities remain, but I laid out these numbers exactly in the last hearing. But it's after the stop, motor vehicle stops in particular, where we're seeing large racial disparities for searches after stops, for arrests after stops, and for use of force after stops with black and brown people versus white folks. And so I just think that, like, we can acknowledge them, but also we should acknowledge them to the scale that they exist so that we're actually doing something about it. Thank you.
And we have questions from Majority Whip Brooks Powers.
Thank you, chairs, and hi, commissioners.
Hello.
Good to see you. Thank you for your testimony. I'm going to start in district issues and then span out in terms of citywide. So the council and community fought hard to secure the creation of the 116th precinct to improve public safety and reduce response times in Southeast Queens. Can the NYPD provide an update on the staffing timeline and resource allocation for the 116th precinct? will the executive budget ensure full operation capacity for by fiscal '26? Also wanted to know what investments are being made in violence prevention and intervention programs, particularly for youth. How is the NYPD partnering with the Cure Violence groups and community organizations to address gun violence in a holistic and preventative way rather than relying solely on enforcement? And then the last question is around the cycling enforcement. I know that Councilmember Caban spoke on it, but I just wanted to underscore the concern about cyclists being given criminal violations for infractions, which is not what motorists get. I do recognize that there is a need, a substantiated need to have greater enforcement because there is a degree of what the public feels has felt like lawlessness in terms of cycling behavior, but I don't know that giving criminal citations is the way to go, and so I wanted to understand better the police department's rationale for issuing criminal summonses to cyclists for minor infractions like running a red light, when the same infraction is treated as a civil penalty for pedestrians and drivers.
So let me start with the new 116 precinct. Current personnel assigned there, 199 people, 2 captains, 7 lieutenants, 20 sergeants, 147 police officers and detectives, and 23 civilians. We have seen great results, I would say, in terms of the decrease in response times since that command opened up. So if we look at precinct average response times for all calls, pre and post, for the 105 precinct, pre the 116 opening, the average time was 21 minutes and 3 seconds. Post, the average response time is 8 minutes and 38 seconds. If we look at the 113, same idea, pre, 20 minutes and 48 seconds, post, 16 minutes and 19 seconds. So we are pleased with what we are seeing in terms of the trends in response times. I'll do e-bikes quickly, and then I'll call someone up to talk about Cure Violence and the work we do partnering there. I said in my testimony that I am eager to work with this council on a legal framework, new enforcement paradigm for e-bikes in New York City. In fact, I call on this council to change the laws as they relate to e-bikes in this city. But under the current law, we had 2 options. One was issuing B summonses, and the other was issuing C summonses. As it relates to e-bike enforcement, the B summonses were virtually meaningless. B summonses work for cars, for vehicles where licenses are required. Because if you have multiple infractions, or you don't show up to court, or you don't pay your summons, there are real consequences. You either get points on your license, or your license is suspended. So the B summons paradigm exists for licensed drivers. Because e-bikes aren't licensed, B summonses don't work. They're meaningless. So the only option that we had under the current law as it exists was to issue C summonses. I look forward to working with this council to address this issue head on. I do believe that the enforcement framework has to change. We can look at licensing, we can look at other things, but the current state of affairs doesn't work for anyone. It doesn't work for the cyclists, and it certainly doesn't work for pedestrians. I want to be extremely clear. This is not a war on e-bikes or bikers. This is in response to very real concerns that are widely held across virtually every borough and every neighborhood in this city, where we're hearing people tell us that they are afraid to cross the street, where we see a terrible video in Williamsburg from this weekend of a young child being blasted by an e-bike barreling down the street. The old paradigm of issuing B summonses and having virtually no enforcement didn't work. I believe that the C summons is the best option that we have now, and we are seeing people on e-bikes pay more attention to the rules of the road as we have begun this enforcement push. I also want to put in context that of something like we've given out 250,000 plus B summonses or tickets to drivers this year, so far this year. The number to bikers is several thousand. So it is definitely, I mean, we need to keep the scale of the different types of enforcement in mind as we talk about this.
And I appreciate the perspective, and as you may know, we have a bill right now in my committee that looks to create a task force to address the need for greater regulation and to take into account this relatively new mode of transportation. And I welcome any feedback and suggestions that the department may have to contribute to that. But thank you for that. And chairs, if I could just ask one final question, if that's okay? So our districts, particularly in Southeast Queens, and I'm sure this is happening citywide, quite honestly, are being inundated with commercial vehicles, being parked illegally overnight, with many repeat offenders. Law enforcement has the ability to issue the maximum penalty when issuing tickets to stop the behavior. Can we understand how come that's not happening?
Do we have transportation here? Or do you want to take that, Chief?
I was going to take Cure.
Oh, let him do cure violence. Sorry, we skipped
Sure.
that, and then we'll answer your
Sure.
transportation
And thank you
questions.
for
Go
remembering.
ahead.
Yes, Chief Michael Petrie, the Chief of Crime Control Strategies. So approximately a year ago, the ceasefire program, the NYPD ceasefire program, was moved into crime control strategies. And as you know, ceasefire and cure work hand in hand. So my office, working with the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice, share data with cure. You know, we give them data as far as shots fired, incidents, shooting incidents. We also provide them with intelligence. So when we get intelligence of a possible retaliatory shooting involving crews in New York City, we reach out to CURE and we give them this information. So it is a very good relationship. I've worked personally, and my office has worked personally with CURE from the inception, and we will continue to do that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Chair Salah.
Good morning, CM.
Good morning.
Could you just repeat the question about?
Sure, thank you for that. So I was focusing on the inundation of commercial vehicles parking illegally overnight. And oftentimes there's a lot of repeat offenders. And so law enforcement has the ability to issue the maximum penalty when issuing tickets, but we haven't seen that happening. So we wanted to understand why that doesn't happen.
Okay, so one of the things we started to do is work very closely in some of the districts of some of the council members here. So we'll reach out and we'll certainly visit you and your staff just to see what the problem is, and we'll be able to tow. I think that's actually better than even issuing summonses. So we'll do that work for you.
That'll be great.
And
Excellent.
I would just add that year-to-date, as of April 30th, truck and trailer overnight parking summonses increased by over 42%. This is an area that we are definitely focused on. It also overlaps with the work that we're doing with our new quality of life division. So maybe we can all sit down and discuss how we can directly address the issues that you are seeing in your district. I know you're always very clear about what they are.
Thank you.
Okay, we've also been joined by council members Joseph and Hudson, and now I'm going to give it back to Chair Salam.
Thank you. I just want to maybe add to the last part of the challenge with e-bikes. Because I'm not, the reality is that there's a problem that needs to be fixed. I myself was hit by an e-bike, walking across the 72nd Street area and pushed my children out of the way so that they weren't injured. Wasn't a delivery e-bike, it was just a person on a city bike that might have just been enjoying the day, but completely oblivious that the light now was red and they kept going. So I'm worried about the policy, specifically the policy of criminalizing people for something that really should be a civil matter, especially as it relates to delivery workers, because that education piece has to be translated into their understanding of why we need more safety, I want to go into the quality of life, their teams, and the criminal summonses for the e-bikes a little bit more, and want to discuss the quality of life division and teams that you recently announced. I know they are only being placed in certain precincts. How will you evaluate the effectiveness of these teams for expansion?
So we are doing a pilot now in 6 precincts, and we tried to pick precincts where we saw different crime levels, different types of quality of life issues, with the intent of learning from that pilot in those 6 precincts, and then expeditiously rolling the program out citywide. So the intent of this program is to go citywide, and a few months into the pilot now, as I sit here, I believe that we will be able to take this citywide expeditiously, and I look forward to announcing soon a schedule for that.
And what's the biggest quality of life issue you'll be targeting with these teams? We've seen the new policy that criminal summonses will now be issued for traffic offenses and so forth and so on, e-bikes. Is there an issue these teams will be specifically focusing on?
So it will change, it will vary precinct to precinct, depending on what the big quality of life concerns are. But I will tell you, just citywide, illegal parking is certainly the largest 311 complaint we get now, over 500,000 311 complaints about illegal parking. The second highest is residential noise at over 300,000. Blocked driveways, 170,000. Noise on the street or sidewalk, 161,000. Abandoned vehicles, 70,000. Those types of things that, like, some categories are up or down depending on what precinct you're at, but the very basic things that people complain to 311 about. Since 2016, the number of calls to 311 that the NYPD is responsible to respond to have doubled, or have nearly doubled. And so people are clearly, literally calling out for help, and the quality of life teams are designed to address that or be responsive to that.
Gotcha. I want to move to stun guns. So I want to talk about the NYPD's use of non-lethal equipment. What non-lethal equipment does an officer have at their disposal when engaging with an individual currently?
For that, I am going to ask our Chief of Training to come up to respond to the question.
Going to swear me in.
Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth before the council members of this committee?
I do.
You may begin.
Hi, sir. Martine Matarazzo, Chief of Training. So we're both equipped with the OC spray, otherwise known as mace, as well as the taser. We don't call it the stun gun. There's 2 models right now. We have the Taser 7 that we're transitioning to, coming off from the X26.
X26. Do we know what the life cycles for this equipment is, and is there funding to replace the equipment? I know that you said that they're moving from the X26 to the Taser 7.
Yes, so the life cycle is 5 years for the tasers, and we actually lease the tasers, and we pay about $11 million a year for that.
And so that means when it comes past 5 years, you get it just a new one
Yeah,
at
we're
the
able
same
to
price.
exactly, we're able to replace it.
In terms of the life cycle, and this is just me, maybe part of my ignorance, if, say for instance, a taser was manufactured, say, this year, and I know we're moving to the X20, from the X26 to the Taser 7. If in that 5-year cycle, that particular taser was not used, would that taser be, like, kind of trashed, for lack of a better word?
I could get back to you on that, but I don't believe that we have them in a way that we're not using them, that they would expunge on their life cycle.
But I'll just try to make this clear. When you lease equipment rather than buy it at city agencies, often that is done to flatten the cost and also to ensure that you don't run into problems with equipment being past end of life. So presumably as part of that contract, once a taser goes beyond year 5, then the company is required to provide a new taser to the department. So you don't have end-of-life equipment, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
What can diminish the effectiveness of non-lethal equipment?
What could increase the effectiveness
Well,
of
diminish the effectiveness of non-lethal equipment.
So one thing that we're taking a good hard look at in this department right now, under the leadership of the first deputy commissioner and the chief of training, is the effectiveness of our tasers. I have seen too many videos, body camera clips that end in use of lethal force, where the officers first attempted non-lethal force. And so we are pouring through our data, looking how we track it, and preparing to have some conversations with Axon, the company that provides the tasers to us, to look at perhaps we should go to beyond the X7 to the newest model if we're having concerns about having to use lethal force when we first tried non-lethal.
I want to end with regards to the Argus cameras. The executive capital plan includes approximately $3 million in fiscal year 25 for Argus cameras. What is the cost per box? And just as a follow-up, where are you prioritizing placement of the Argus cameras and the use of this, and Argus cameras and the use of this funding, and what precincts are you looking at?
So the cost per box is about $45,000 per box, and each box has 2 cameras. So you're getting 2 cameras for $45,000. Essentially, in terms of where the cameras go, our crime prevention division recommends appropriate locations based on data and information they have, and crime statistical data, and then our strategic technology division works with the DOT to conduct surveys of those locations to ensure the exact appropriate location for the boxes and the cameras.
And one thing I am very pleased about is I understand that some of this work, putting up Argus boxes, had been delayed for quite some time. Among the reasons was an expired contract or lack of an active contract. I'm very pleased to report that we now have an active, long-term contract to continue to, or to resume our efforts to put up Argus cameras in New York City. And I am looking forward to getting many more boxes up on the streets this year than we did last year. I have the list of precincts where they are going up that I could either provide you or I could read to you now. It's going, the 4-5, the 6-2, Central Park, 6-1, 4-7, 5-0, Manhattan North, 103, 107, 6-8, 122nd, 7-2, 7-6, 106, 4-0, 4-1, 4-2, 109, 111, 4-9. And those precincts are generally done by which council member gave us funding to put up boxes. Where in those districts they go, we usually have our crime team look at where we're seeing the most violence in those commands.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, now we have questions from Councilmember Williams.
Hello. I have so many questions, so I'll try. And they're like all over the place. Like I have prepared questions and now I have more questions, so I'll try to get through them. Apologies in advance, Chair. So I guess I'll start with traffic enforcement. It is projected to have 10.5 million in OTPS. I have a lot of questions about costs of trucks and other equipment that allow the officers in the precincts to properly tow trucks. So can you share like how much of that goes to like the lots, the trucks, and how much a truck costs?
So the trucks are actually in our capital budget, so that wouldn't be part of the OTPS that you're seeing there.
So what is that money for then?
That money is for equipment, IT, anything.
Is it for
that's
the
non-personnel.
window things that you guys are using now?
Like the boots?
Yeah.
Yes, that would be part of it.
Barnacles.
Barnacles, right.
Yeah.
Yes, that would be covered with OTPS.
And
funding.
how do you determine like how to disperse those assets?
So when it comes to anything tied to the budget, and particularly non-personnel costs, the division or the Deputy Commissioner of Management and Budget, my team and I work with the individual bureaus and commands on what their operational needs are, what equipment do they need, what additional staffing enhancements, overtime, and we have that ongoing dialogue. If there's a new initiative, for example, for the Barnacle, hey, we want a better way to do this, or a different way to do it, we would sit down with the commands, look at it. My contracts team would look and say, okay, what is the estimated cost for this sort of thing? And then we would go through, if we determined to move forward, a contracting process.
And are you able to just send my office scopes for the barnacles, the boots, and tow trucks? Because we had tried to get quotes from the police department about how much it costs.
Yeah, we can give you information on what those pieces of
Okay.
equipment cost.
Now I want
yes.
you to just give a quick shout out to, I believe he's a sergeant, Sergeant De Jesus at the 113th. He works very hard in that division, and oftentimes with very limited resources. So my thing is always trying to get them more resources so they can do more.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome. Okay, so the other question I have is about the crime lab. The crime lab is in my district, and I know you just visited, Commissioner.
I did.
And they have a lot of opinions because we're also doing a neighborhood plan there, so they're a part of my advisory committee. Roof leaks, heating, ventilation issues. I actually have a friend who was out of work because she got exposure to heroin, and she used all the proper materials, but the ventilation within the crime lab is just not good at all. They don't have enough space to work. I have heard reports of evidence being lost, and so the police officers are going out and doing all this good police work, and then if you're not able to like properly assess what they're bringing in to them, for these cases to be prosecuted, it kind of defeats the purpose. So just wondering if there are any plans to get a new crime lab, renovate the existing crime lab.
Yeah, I was, actually, as you mentioned, I was there last week to discuss with them, or to start the discussion with them on just that topic. I think it's very clear to me and to others in the department that the current crime lab is not a crime lab that is built for the future. And I believe we need to start the capital process of assessing or figuring out what the go-forward plan is for a new crime lab. I don't believe that anyone thinks that it would make sense to renovate the existing building, but we are getting that together now. I know that in the Detective Bureau, they've done a huge amount of work over the past several years to begin some of this analysis, and I am looking forward to hopefully moving this from an idea into a budgeted
Yeah, because
program.
I heard reports of like not able to have upgraded computer systems that allow them to do their work efficiently. I also,
Well, the upgrades to computer systems, that should be happening, and I will talk to the IT teams if that is not happening. Certainly, it's required for their accreditation, which is coming up. But I am looking forward to working with the mayor's office and the Office of Management and Budget to making it one of my capital priorities to push ahead on a crime lab of the future for New York City.
okay, and one more thing, still in the crime lab, is also that they don't have money in their budget for the contracts that maintain the equipment. So apparently there's a ton of equipment not being used because they don't have money to contract someone to service the equipment.
So it's odd because that didn't come up when I spent a few hours there last week, but it is certainly something that our Deputy Commissioner of Management and Budget will follow up with our Chief of Detectives on.
Okay,
Thank
Sheriff,
you.
can I just ask a few more questions? Thank you so much. This is just, you can give me this later, but if I can get a racial and gender breakdown of the recent discretionary promotions and upcoming
Yes,
ones, that would be
absolutely.
great. One of the chiefs testified about sharing intel with CURE. Are you talking about the CMS groups?
Yes.
Themselves? Okay. DYCD testified last week. They didn't mention that because we asked about the relationship with CMS and NYPD. They did share. The only thing they said was about the roll call. And so I just want to know if you have any data on the frequency of how many times a CMS group attends roll call. I don't really think that's an effective way to really develop a relationship. Even though I've attended roll calls, I feel like the relationship needs to be a little bit more than saying hello to the officers that are about to go in the streets.
I can't answer the roll call question, but I could tell you that my office usually has a call with QR Violence CMS on a weekly basis. And we share data on a weekly basis also.
Okay. I'll just hurry up with my last questions. I'm excited about the Q teams. I would love to know when they will be rolled out in the 103rd, 105th, 113th, and 116th precinct, because quality of life is probably #1 in Southeast Queens. And I know the commanding officers that we have had, a lot of them have grown up in the community, and they take great pride in reallocating resources to address quality of life. But we're really excited about the Q teams, and so just wanted to know when you plan to roll it out in Southeast Queens.
I will have those dates soon.
Okay, and last-ish for right now, is I know you testified that you look forward to working with us on youth strategies, and in a previous hearing, there was some testimony on like the youth officers, and I love community affairs. I will say that all the time. I don't think their budget is enough, and I think between the community affairs officers and the youth officers, like these are the officers that we want to see do this proactive and not reactive police work, and I just don't think that their budgets align with the department's priority of like trying to help our young people do better.
I understand the feedback, and I will say, we can get you the exact numbers, but I will say that the Community Affairs Bureau is perhaps the only bureau in the department whose staffing numbers are significantly higher today than they were in 2018, when we had 11% more officers. So I am also sensitive to staffing in community affairs, understand the feedback, but I wanted to make sure that it was put in that context and that perspective.
Yeah, I'm more so looking for more resources in their OTPS budget.
Understood.
Yeah, like we have them, great, but then oftentimes they're not able to actually do the things that would be wonderful in the community because they don't have any money to do it.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, we have questions from Ayala, followed by Holden.
Thank you. I had a question regarding the 911 response time. I just needed some clarity. So you mentioned that the response times are usually around 6 minutes, I believe?
No, I'm so sorry. The question was what's the average time in which a 911 caller's call is first answered, and it is under 6 seconds.
On the 6 seconds, okay.
Yes.
Oh, is that all of the time? Because it's kind of contrary
is
to
the-
what
that
we've
is
been
the-
hearing. The average.
Excuse me, that is the average, and I said that because the vast majority of 911 calls are answered immediately. But over the past year, and this was raised at the last hearing, we've seen an unacceptable rise in the number of 911 calls that first that go to a recording.
Yes.
Under the leadership of the first deputy commissioner, we are taking a real good hard look and turning over lots of stones at the communications division. And that plan with the purpose of driving down the number of calls that first go to that recording. We are looking at our staffing levels, making an aggressive plan to hire 2 budgeted headcount over the next year in the PCT title. We've done management changes there. We're looking at changes in procedures. And we are also working very closely on all of this with DC 37, who's really rolled up their sleeves under Henry's leadership and been a very good partnership in helping us begin to address the issues that this council so ably called out.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate that because this is kind of, new territory for us. I hadn't ever heard of a situation where, the wait times had been as long as they were, so I really appreciate it.
Me neither, and in my previous role at the NYPD, I oversaw the communications division, which is includes the 911 call takers. And so when this issue was first brought to my attention, I too was shocked.
Yeah, no, it was pretty bad. Regarding the change in policy from C to B bike violations for e-bike riders, you mentioned that you would welcome a change in the law and better interactions with the council, but I'm curious, had there been any conversations prior to the change in policy?
I'm so sorry, I didn't mean better interactions with the council. I have always worked very well with the council. My point was that the current framework for regulating the safe use of e-bikes doesn't make sense. It doesn't work. And we've had the proliferation of e-bikes in New York City without an accompanying change in the regulatory framework for it.
Yeah.
And so I believe that something has to change in the law, and I am interested in working directly with the council, with the Department of Transportation, to chart the future for creating chart the future for e-bikes in New York City.
Yes, I mean, I think, I myself have almost been run down by a biker. I would say it's a biker because it wasn't an e-bike, but on a bike lane, ironically enough. So I get it. I believe that there needs to be, some level of accountability. I think, the concern that you're hearing from the body today, and have been hearing probably, via social media and, every other form of communications that we have, is that we have a very different administration that is spending a lot of resources deporting individuals that, are not even on the list of, dangerous individuals, and we don't want to further complicate matters by criminalizing folks that would be more susceptible to that type of behavior, if that's understood. However, I am open to having a conversation with the NYPD about exploring ways that make sense to clarify what those consequences should be. I'm not aware of any conversations happening before the change in the policy. Have there been? I'm just looking for clarity on that.
So I think that, I'm new to the department, but my sense is that the department, and frankly New Yorkers, have felt for a long time that the use of B summonses as the enforcement paradigm was virtually futile. That our officers were out there writing tickets and that it wasn't causing or creating any changes of behavior. To the contrary, because people on e-bikes generally felt like they lived in a consequence-free environment, we were all seeing widespread mass flouting of the very basic rules that we have in New York City around transportation safety. And so under the current law, the only other option was to write C summonses, which we are doing now in greater numbers than we had previously. But just again, to put this in context, it is several thousand summonses for e-bikes this year compared to over 250,000 summonses for cars. And that doesn't include the red light cameras and all that other stuff, just that the NYPD has given out. But yes, I think we agree. I look forward to working with the council to come up with a framework for safe e-bike or bicycle use in New York City that meets the current magnitude of the problem.
Okay, and we welcome that, 'cause I think we all agree, right? We want safer streets, and we want, even bikers, right, to feel free and safe on the road.
Absolutely.
And so we welcome that. I just wanted to clarify because I wasn't aware of any conversations that had occurred prior to today regarding any legislative fixes to this problem. And finally, I have two more questions. Regarding the purchasing of vehicles, how much money is set aside in the budget to purchase new vehicles for the local precincts? I'm sorry if I missed it, I was late.
So in the current budget, we have, is it $21 million? I'm doing this off the top of my head.
Yeah, so in the current fiscal year, we have $21 million, and then next year, what we need is close to $70 million, and OMB has graciously indicating they're allowing us to go forward with orders so that we can acquire 1,000 new vehicles in '26.
So that's great. I mean, that is huge for this department. 1,000 new vehicles injected into our fleet will allow us to replace a large number of vehicles that are either at or nearing end of life. And they will be very welcome in the commands.
Yes, they will. I know they bring it up all the time. And regarding the Argus cameras, I know that I specifically put in some funding for East Harlem and the South Bronx. I heard you mention the 4.0. I didn't hear you mention the 2.5. And the funding was earmarked specifically for those two.
I'm sorry, I have the 2.5. I just skipped
You do?
it.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you know
I
how many
apologize.
cameras will be installed in for each?
I can get you the, hold on, let me see if I have it right here. 1 second. I can get it back to you. I will get it to you. The breakdown by precinct
I really appreciate
in your
that.
district.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, we have questions from Councilmember Holden, followed by Lewis.
So, thank you, Commissioner, for mentioning e-bikes, because we're at a crossroads in the city because it's become a public health crisis. Talk to emergency room doctors, which we do, and they say they can't believe the amount of injuries from these e-bikes or e-mobility vehicles. And it's interesting, I have 28 co-sponsors on my bill to license e-bikes, which I introduced a while ago. 28, that's the majority of the city council. The people that, the council members that brought up your C summons issue are not on the bill. And maybe they should get on if they want to really address this. But, and even a few have been hit by e-bikes. They got on the original bill and they dropped off for unknown reasons. So if we're in a public health crisis and the B summons doesn't make any sense, or as you said, then what's the solution? And if licensing e-bikes brings accountability and a change in behavior, it makes a lot of sense. But yet, we're hearing the opposite today. But let me just get into important issues, and I want to bring up response time, because it's been a big issue, and we had it come to, I hear this almost every week of nightmare stories. 2 weeks ago, 2 men were riding the wrong way. They were in a vehicle, in a car, riding the wrong way and hit some vehicles. Residents came out, cars were hit. of course, these guys were intoxicated, both of them. The driver was definitely intoxicated. 911 was called. Over 1 hour, the residents held these two individuals. Over 1 hour. We couldn't get a squad car there. And so I want to bring up the critical response times. What's the critical response? What's the procedure, Commissioner, on backlog? Because I don't hear that anymore. I don't hear going into alert where we can get help from a neighboring precinct. I don't hear Central getting on and saying and calling the people and saying, you know, we're coming, or this will work. You know, we'll work it out. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So, which is exactly why we have made a number of changes over the past month in how the 911 call center is managed, including, but not limited to, having the communications division report up to the first deputy commissioner's office, where her commanding officer, who is sitting in that seat right there, used to work for me when the 911 call center was at its very best running communications. And he is now overseeing the work to address many of the issues that you raised around 911 and communications. But just before I let him speak, to give you some numbers that you requested, critical crimes in progress, the average response time now citywide is 7 minutes for FY25, 7 minutes and 10 seconds. That is down 8 seconds from FY24. Chief Napolitano, do you have anything to add?
Yes, good afternoon, Councilman. Response time for the NYPD is actually down 9.5% this year for crimes in progress. 9 minutes and 34 seconds last year to 8:40 this year. So we're actually doing very well on that. As far as backlogs are down 15% this year.
15?
15%, that's correct. It's 2,695 last year to 3,167 last year to 2,695 this year. So we're down substantially in that as well.
And do you go into alert? Like,
Yeah.
how do I get a neighboring precinct to chip in and help out when guys are sitting there for an hour holding these two individuals? And this I can tell you nightmare story after nightmare story. This is going on, and we're not solving
I think we need to look at that job and see how it was coded. Perhaps there was an error in the coding of it, which the chief will address. Do you have anything else to add there?
Yes. At the break, if you'd like to share that with me, we'll do a detailed analysis.
Oh, I have a lot. Not only that story, but I have a lot of them, and it's reoccurring, Commissioner. This is not going away, and we need some better fail-safe, because Central's deciding priority, aren't they? Who decides priority?
It's actually decided what the priorities are. It's calculated, and it's decided, and it's trained to the dispatchers. And just to explain the question you asked earlier, if there's a problem in another command, the dispatchers are trained to pull from another command when necessary. So if you're in the 104 and there's nobody available, but if there's a mail shot, they will pull from an adjoining
Yeah, but
precinct.
I asked that question, Chief, and I asked the question, Commissioner. I'll talk to the precinct. Why didn't we get the 112? Why didn't we get the 108 to come in? Why just leave it for over an hour of two people being held by civilians?
And I want to just be very clear that we agree with you. That is not acceptable, which is why we want to do a deep dive to see how it was coded. My guess is that it was coded as a vehicle collision property damage only, which is of a lower priority and would get a longer response time.
All right. Thank you,
But we will look at it, and I
Thank
think
you.
the first deputy commissioner has something to add.
Sorry. Also, we want to add that we added response time supervisors to each platoon on communications. So over the last month, we're seeing that once we are in alert, that those supervisors will make sure that they're talking to the PCTs, the boroughs, if need be. But we'll look into the matter of the job that you brought up.
Thank you all. Thanks.
Thank you. Now we have questions from Councilmember Lewis, followed by Ariola.
Thank you, chairs, and good morning, Commissioner, to you and your team. I have 4 quick questions. I'll try to barrel them out, and if I'm granted more time, I'll reiterate them. With the increase in school safety division reflected in FY26 executive budget, can NYPD clarify whether this funding will address longstanding shortages of crossing guards and high-traffic school zones, and whether new metrics or prioritization tools will be used to guide deployment in underserved schools, school areas, and safety with high levels of safety incidents?
22.
My next one is on DV. In FY26, there will be an expansion of will there be an expansion of teams such as
We do one at a time. I promise I'll answer all of them.
Okay.
But I'm going to forget all.
I'm limited on time, but the school safety, if you want to start with that.
Okay. Do you want to give her the numbers? School crossing guards?
Yes, so actually, I'm gonna just need a second for that. For the full-time school crossing guards, we're basically at head count. Let me give you the part-time if you want to move on to the next question.
It'll be good to know FY26 what that would look like. For FY26, will there be an expansion of teams such as victim advocates or domestic violence officers within the individual NYPD precincts? What's the plan for how these resources will be equitably allocated across the city? And with the reduction of the borough squads within the detective division in the FY26 plan, to what extent will this impact detectives and teams working on outstanding missing person cases, and what are those mitigations looking like? So that's regarding that, and I could just do the last one really quick. Officers in multiple precincts have raised concerns about being reassigned to transit district commands often abruptly. What is the justification for these reassignments? And are they primarily due to budgetary constraints or staffing gaps in transit? And how are these reassignments impacting local precinct level operations and morale, particularly in neighborhoods already experiencing shortages?
So for many of these issues, all touch on the same thing, which is the overall uniform staffing at the NYPD, which we know is down over 10% over the past 4 years, or 4 or 5 years. For the transit deployments, yes, we have pulled cops from other commands to work in transit. The most recent surge in resources to transit, we aimed to correct some mistakes of the past, where we are now pulling largely from our field training teams, meaning officers newly out of the academy, as well as officers previously working administrative assignments in non-operational commands. And the idea there was to put less strain, less pull on the resources of numbered commands. The same priority that we've placed on numbered commands, be they in transit, housing, patrol, in terms of staffing, we are also doing that with our numbered squads for detectives. So that has meant from time to time pulling detectives out of niche or specialty units and putting them instead into numbered squads. It's a numbered command first approach to uniform staffing at the police department, which is exactly what the police department and the city of New York need now, especially given the uniform staffing numbers that we're seeing.
Will they return back to their commands where they were before? I think that's some of the questions a lot of them have.
It depends. In some circumstances, yes. In some circumstances, these are temporary assignments. Many of the transit deployments that we have done recently are temporary assignments, and the officers should know that. But we will be very happy to clarify that to them if you are suggesting that it is not known.
Yes, some of them feel
But
that
in
that's not
terms of
communicated.
so we will for sure take that feedback and make sure that that is extremely clear. But for the transfers of officers from more specialized or niche or centralized Detective Bureau units into squads, those transfers are not temporary. Those transfers are permanent transfers because we need to address those cases first.
Got it.
And on the school crossing guards, just as of last week, we had 2,251 school crossing guards. That includes 2,174 level ones. Those are the part-time school crossing guards, and 77 level twos. That's a vacancy rate, vacancies, 45 vacancies on the part-time and 12 on the full-time. And before the new school year, where the Personnel Bureau looks at the school crossing guards and their schedule hiring in August, with the goal of filling those vacancies.
This is
before
August for
school starts.
FY26. You have a scheduled recruitment?
This August.
For this August for the school,
Got it.
the upcoming school year, yes.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Chairs.
Okay, questions from Councilmember Ariola, followed by Brewer.
Thank you, Chairs, and thank you, Commissioner, and your entire team for coming out today. I want to just touch on a couple of points that you made that were causing an increase in crime in certain areas and in where you asked for collaborative help from this council. With respect to criminals who are wearing masks and committing crimes, I've introduced Intro 1015, which would amend the Administrative Code of the City of New York to prohibiting ski masks to be worn in public spaces and other sensitive areas, with the exclusion, but not limited to, health and religious reasons. I also have a bill that is pending to make ATVs banned from our streets. ATVs are off-street vehicles. We do not have off-road areas in the 5 boroughs where they could be utilized. We spoke about e-bikes. Many of the members are concerned. I'm happy to be a private co-sponsor on Councilmember Holden's e-bike registration bill. Our purview for the City Council, we can only ask DOT to register the e-bikes, but I'm also very supportive of Assemblymember Rajkumar's bill to have the DMV register, license, and e-bikes. So this way they can be given a lesser summons when stopped and would be reduced from a criminal summons. Additionally, we talked about staffing. So I have a bill that's being worked on right now. It's pending to do a $10,000 sign-on and stay-on bonus for our officers. We have to incentivize them to come to us, and we have to incentivize us because they've been so disincentivized to become police officers. And finally, the crimes of urination and public drug abuse. I have a bill that's pending, being written, that would make them more punishable. The fines would be more punishable. So that is the way I wanted you to know that we are working in collaboration with you, especially my colleagues and myself, and many of those bills I have bipartisan support. But my question is, our precincts right now are severely lacking vehicles in their fleet. So I just wondered if there was a plan that you have that you want to set forth that would enhance the fleet in our local precincts.
So first, Councilmember, thank you so much for your efforts and your partnership on those and so many other issues of concern to New Yorkers. As for the vehicles, it is a piece of feedback that we are getting from our cops all the time, basically citywide, that their vehicles are beaten up. And in fact, many of them are either at end of life or past end of life, which is why I'm thrilled to report that the Office of Management and Budget has green-lighted our purchase of 1,000 new vehicles. We are placing or have placed many of the orders already, and we expect those vehicles to trickle in over the next 6 months, and that will definitely be very well received at commands across the 5 boroughs.
Thank you so much. That's incredible news. And I just want to close with thanking you for your collaborative approach, changes that you've made in policies, in staffing, the compliance stat, the fact that your quality life division is really making a difference, and it has already had a positive effect on crime, statistics, and also within the NYPD. And really, you are a steady hand in leadership for the NYPD. Thank you for what you're doing.
Okay, questions from Councilmember Brewer, followed by Ressler.
I've always liked Kelly and Bratton, but you have kicked their ass in terms of your information today, and I will tell them. My question, starting with paperwork, I think that you are working on some kind of a project that would hopefully have a more streamlined paperwork. Now, don't blame the city council, because it's not all our fault. But sometimes half of the tour is filling out paperwork. So what are we going to do about that? Michael Gerber knows all about this.
Go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, sure. So we are working on that, and it's a discussion we've had before, obviously. And I'll just give one good example. It's a small piece, but it's in the vein of what you're talking about. So, for example, we now have, as you know, level 1 and level 2 reporting that we do. We had, we realized the cops were doing for level 2, there's a consent to search form. They have 2 separate forms, right? One the level 2 form, one the consent to search form, which kicks in at level 2. So we did what I'm sure you would say is painfully obvious, which is we combined the forms. And so now instead of having to do 2 forms in that situation, they're doing 1. So we're looking for opportunities to do exactly that. We want fewer forms. In a perfect world, there would just be 1 form that an officer would fill out, and it would auto-populate to lots of other things.
I just want to just add here, because this is all a lot of detail. Like, big picture, our officers are required to fill out way too much paperwork.
I agree.
And way too many forms, and I would welcome the opportunity to work with this council on a massive bill to modernize what types of forms and what types of reporting the New York City Police Department and specifically our police officers are required to do. Because some of this stuff came about like 10, 20 years ago, and in my opinion, is no longer relevant or necessary or something that we want our officers like burning their time on. It's truly wasteful.
We agree, since they spend half their time when I go out, and I see that, so let's work on that. Number 2, where's Manhattan Tow Pound?
So
I've been working on it.
No, I would love to be.
I've been out looking.
Sitting here saying something other than that. Unfortunately, the circumstances are still the same. It is very, very challenging to find affordable real estate in Manhattan.
Who's looking?
We are working in conjunction with DCAS, with CBRE, which is the real estate firm that contracts with DCAS. What we're also focusing on
They're not
now,
the best firm, as we remember.
What we're focusing on now is really looking at space that other agencies may have that they are not fully utilizing, or maybe have a hold on and something they're not going to use for a decade.
Any time frame on that?
So I'm hoping within the next few months we'll have this solidified, if not sooner.
Okay. The issue of the ghost plates. So I want to know how you are updating on resources dedicated to the program, and then is there any enforcement that you can see that's making a difference on ghost plates?
We do a tremendous amount of enforcement on our ghost cars. I'm just going to pull up the numbers. Okay.
In some neighborhoods, it's a lot of ghost plates. Yeah. And there's some lady selling Virginia plates out of the back of her car, too. And you can order them from Amazon.
Ghost plates, year to date, over 34, Year to date, over 11,000 B summonses, over 1,000 seizures.
Okay. All right, I mean, I assume that makes a difference, who knows? I mean, there's many more, but it's a start, right?
Point is, we have real resources dedicated to enforcing the rules around ghost plates and license plates, and we run operations all the time.
The other about cars, I don't know what Cralo cars are, but I think they're the rental unmarked cars
Yes.
that were being tracked. So you're doing new tracking procedures, because I think they're expensive, and so I was just wondering to get an update on that.
So when I started at the department, one of the things that we looked at was how we were using and allocating a class of vehicle called Cralo vehicles, which are supposed to be, they're unmarked cars, and they're generally supposed to be used for investigative and undercover work. And so we've done, based on that analysis, a reallocation of Cralo vehicles to make sure that they are being assigned to commands where they are doing undercover and investigative work.
And so it's not $1 million a month or something, it's less now?
Oh, the cost for Cralo is?
Yes, so it's not $1 million. We are projecting about 9 to 10 million this year in expenses, so it is a significant expenditure, and that's part of why we're looking at making sure these are used when and how they should be.
Okay.
But they are a meaningful and
No, you need them.
important part of our overall fleet.
Okay. In terms of NYCHA, I'm a big believer in PSAs, but the NYCHA residents, as you know, desperately need verticals. And I just want to know is there going to be an increased focus on the NYCHA residents? They love NYPD. The doors are never going to close. I don't care what you do at NYCHA, those doors are never going to close. And so people go in and out, the issues, but there's just not enough PSA folks there.
So Chief McAvoy is our new Chief of Housing, and he will answer that question.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. So we still do verticals, or as we also call them, interiors, roughly in all the housing developments, and roughly we average, as not just from the Housing Bureau, but all the other partners, Patrol Services Bureau, roughly 70,000 a year.
Okay, I got that. I have complaints all day long. I probably know as much as anybody about NYCHA. So it has to be increased. I don't know how to do it. They're homeless or sleeping there. Your friends come, they smoke weed in the hallways. They're scared of living daylights, particularly out of the seniors.
Yeah, it is part of the
You've
housing.
got to have more verticals or
Understood.
interiors.
It's part of our strategy to reduce crime and improve the quality
So
of
you're
life
going to
for all
have
the
more
residents.
verticals or interiors this year?
Definitely.
How many more?
Wait, hold on, Council Member. I have every confidence that the chief is going to ensure we have more verticals this year, but the real answer to this is addressing the uniform staffing shortfalls that we have, even though I have prioritized in terms of officer allocation, the numbered commands and the numbered squads. Many of them, most of them, are still down real numbers compared to 5-6 years ago. And so hopefully the mayor's plan to get us back up to a staffing of 35,000 officers.
I'm with you 100%.
That will make the big difference.
I agree.
In how many verticals we're doing.
No, I agree. I just want you to focus on NYCHA. That's all I'm saying.
Understood.
Because when I go to Rikers, I know all the inmates, detainees, High Gale, because I know NYCHA. And so they need help. NYCHA needs help. That's what I'm trying to say. In terms of CRT, how is the effectiveness of overtime judged for units like CRT and the new Q teams? How do you, decide this is effective?
So for CRT, that is an operational command. And the way we've managed overtime in the department on the uniform side is we have set thresholds for uniforms based on the type of work they do, operational, administrative, or investigative. CRT would be operational, which means they may do 40 hours of overtime each month. And the first deputy commissioner and the deputy commissioner of management and budget oversee the whole thing and make sure no one exceeds it. In terms of how we're assessing whether they are using their overtime effectively or not, do we have someone from the chief of department's office? Bruce, can you come up? Thanks. Oh, maybe chief of patrol, sorry. Whatever.
I'm sorry, could you just repeat that question?
Sure. The question is, with CRT or quality of life, how do you determine the effectiveness based on overtime?
I meant Chief Rivera. I apologize.
That's okay. That's all right. Thank you both very much.
You did a great job, Bruce.
They all do a great job. We just got a lot of problems.
So with respect to CRT, their mission is primarily focused on vehicle interdiction, mopeds, our car meets, that sort of stuff. So we're looking at, they stick to their 40 hours. If there's special assignments beyond that, then, we'll allocate them specifically, but they're capped at 64.
And the same idea with quality of life and the new divisions?
Yeah, quality of
Same
life.
idea?
Most of those cops work actually in commands, in numbered commands and precincts as part of Q teams, and so they would be subject to the same overtime
Okay.
thresholds.
I don't want to, I know the issue of e-bikes has been discussed a lot. My issue is the folks of the 5,100, I assume you can't ask or don't know how many are undocumented. But
we can't ask and we
I know
don't
that,
know.
I know that. So what I'm saying, that's what we're nervous about. ICE is horrific, so that's what the concern is. We don't even know if any ICE folks have been to the courts when somebody from the deliveristas has been arrested, right? We don't know that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I mean, that's what we're concerned about. If it, to me, if it wasn't that situation, I would not be so nervous, but that's a concern. Is that something that everybody's aware of and is nervous about?
I understand the concern. At the police department, we need to enforce the laws, whether it be for felonies, misdemeanors, violations, to ensure public safety, and in this case, traffic safety.
Okay.
And so that's what we are doing here. And I think I have certainly been very clear in the fact that the New York City Police Department is going to follow the sanctuary city laws. We are not going to engage in civil immigration enforcement.
All right. Thank you very much. I know that thanks to Deputy Mayor Mira Josie when she was here, she did send over some good testimony, good legislation, which we would love to work with you on this topic. And that could be perhaps some answers to the deliveristas and e-bike problems. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, questions from Councilmember Stevens, followed by Ressler.
I will be quick. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I know in your testimony, it was laid out around, like, since raised the age and gave some statistics around, like, the increase. And everyone knows I'm really concerned about young people and the rise of violence. Been working with folks around really having a decarceration plan because the numbers have tripled. But I also want to make sure that in the same row, we look at some of the other things and other factors other than raise the age, because that's not the only factor. In New York State right now, the unemployment rate for 16 to 24-year-olds as of April is 14.2%. In January and March of 2025, there were over 620,000 young people in that age group were unemployed, 59,000 more from the previous year. This was a 13.2% increase. And so I think when we're talking about the raise the age and the factors, we're also not factoring in how we have left young people out of the conversation around jobs and opportunities and all the things, and have not given them a lot of opportunities. And so I always want to make sure that we're having a balanced conversation about young people, because if the crime rates around young people are raising, that is a failure on every adult that's sitting in this room. And so that has to be said. And so for me, I know your job as commissioner and the police department is to enforce the law and to go after crime. But I have real concern just even going into the summer, and I know we had a conversation. I am scared for what the summer is going to look like. I think that we need to be having a real conversation about where these young people are getting guns from, and how they're getting access to them so frequently and so freely. But also just thinking about what is the real coordination in the sense of, I 100% agree that we should be deploying more cops in these areas, but I also want to make sure that we're also deploying the same amount of resources so that young people can have opportunities. And I know it was shared that that stats are being shared between CMS groups, and I know you stated that you meet with them once a week. I would love to just know, what do those conversations look like? And when you're talking, because I've been at a couple of shootings where there are hundreds of young people out there grieving, and I see cops and I don't see anything else. So I would love to hear more about what those conversations are, because if you're talking and you're sharing stats, then I would hope that that at the same time they're being deployed. And don't you worry, I'm holding DYCD and the CMS groups just as accountable, because I know people love to say that we're in here yelling at y'all. That's not true. I'm holding them just as accountable in this situation. But I would like to know, what does those conversations look like, and how are we coordinating these efforts for the summer?
So Chief LePetri, our Chief of Crime Control Strategies, is going to respond.
As always, the conversations start with prevention. So those conversations mostly stem from an analysis of a shooting incident or shots fired in areas of the city where we know where the retaliatory violence is going to go.
When you're having those conversations around prevention, and I know that, the commissioner has been very clear, like if there's shot, she's going to deploy those officers there. Are you guys also coordinating with the CMS groups to also deploy CMS groups out there at the same time to support? And what does that look like?
Yes, so how it works, so look, I'm going to give you a great example. This past weekend, Memorial Day weekend in the Bronx, in the 4-0, the 4-4, the 4-6, the 4-7, and the 4-8, we did not have one shooting incident and one confirmed shots fired. And how we do that is put 300 extra officers on those streets for that weekend and for the whole summer. So just how we surge to specific areas, we like CMS to surge to specific.
Yeah, and that's why I'm asking, because I want it to be clear, because we cannot just deploy cops out there, because my fear is that we're gonna have kids shooting kids and then cops shooting kids, and then that's going to be a cake for a disaster. And so for me, there needs to be a much more coordinated effort between all of these groups to ensure the safety of everyone. Because I'm not saying that, you guys shouldn't be there, but what I am saying is other resources need to be deployed. And so I want to see a greater effort from everyone to ensure everyone's safety. And so yes, I know that there was a lot of cops out there, but that doesn't prevent, that's not prevention.
I understand, we understand
We
your
understand.
feedback.
Agreed.
And so again, I need to be on the record, that's it, I gotta say it, and I need to say it in every space. So again, I said the same thing to NYPD. My last question is also just even around the quality of life division. Excited to hear about this, because this has been one of the issues that I feel like often is overlooked in my district, because I have the 4-4, the 4-2, and 4-6. We are often fighting crime and have more serious things, and so quality of life is always the last thing. So I would need to know when those will be rolled out, and the 4-4, 4-6, 4-2, because it is essential for us. And will they be getting additional cops for those divisions as well?
So we are working on the rollout schedule now, and I expect to have it for everyone this summer to be able to tell everyone which command is going to be rolled out when, but we are going for a citywide rollout of it based on the success that we've seen in the first month or 2 months of the pilot that we have been doing. And in some commands, it will be additional officers, but in many of them, it will be a reassignment or a refocusing of existing officers in the commands.
I would like to go on record that none of my precincts should have reassignments. We need additional officers, so I need that to be on record. So the 4-4, 4-2, 4-6, we need additional officers to pull out this division because we have so much going on.
I just want to be very clear. Understood, but I want to be very clear that this summer, you have gotten in those commands specifically a lot of cops.
No, I hear you. I know. You told me.
Not everyone here can say that.
But everyone also cannot say the amount of shootings that they have either. So
100%, and that is exactly what I respond to them when they complain, that we have to put the cops where they are needed.
And just the last thing. This isn't a question. This is a comment. I know the police's feelings on the gang database and how they feel that it can be improved. I'm just always gonna stand on the side of things cannot be fixed when it already comes with a broken system. A broken clock could be right twice a day, and things like that just have to go because it stems from racism. And I know that you feel very differently, but that's just not gonna change it. And I know it's in your testimony. I was not gonna bring it up, but because you brought it up, I'm gonna bring it up. And so I know we have conversations coming up to talk about how you feel about it, I feel about it, but I just have to say it because you brought it up, and so I just brought it up. So that's it. Thank you guys so much.
Okay, I have questions from Councilmember Ressler, followed by Joseph.
Thank you, chairs. Greatly appreciate your thoughtful leadership. Good to see you, Commissioner.
Good to see you.
I like you, and I think that I don't say that about everybody. I don't. Bob agrees. I think you're smart. I think you're a strong manager, and I think you brought real integrity to the department.
Thank you.
Since you've returned to the NYPD, I felt it in my community, in my commands. I felt it in the leadership. We've had Chief Obey and Chief Galata out in the district recently. There is responsiveness and I think cooperation and partnership. And, we've seen how you've, I think, brought meaningful oversight and integrity to the department. And it's appreciated, and I think we're seeing it in terms of safety across our communities as well, is improving, and I think it starts with leadership, and I don't want to, that's the most important thing I'm going to say today. That's not to say I agree with all of your policy choices, and there are some that I'm concerned about. I thought that at the end of the Melissa Mark Viverito speakership, the Criminal Justice Reform Act was a really positive development for the city, where we gave the NYPD more discretion to shift towards civil enforcement rather than criminal enforcement on a range of different issues. And unfortunately, what we've seen in the Adams administration is a major shift away from civil enforcement toward criminal enforcement in a variety of different areas. I can cite them. Drinking in public, from the beginning of the administration to the present, 91% increase in criminal summons for drinking in public, 1,360% increase for biking on sidewalks, 1,458% increase for bike infractions that are commercial. Non-payment of a fare is a 233% increase. So we're seeing these significant increases toward criminal enforcement, criminal summons, instead of civil. And I just broadly, is this a trend that you're concerned about? Do you think that's the right orientation for the department?
The policy decision that was made under my tenure so far at the police department to go towards criminal summonses is specific to bike safety and more specifically e-bike safety. And as I've testified here today, my thought is that the B summons paradigm was not working in New York City for very obvious reasons. That these e-bikes in New York City are not licensed, and therefore there is no bite. There is nothing behind the B summons, because when you get a B summons when you're driving a vehicle, the concern is you'll either get points on your license, or if you don't respond, you will lose your license or have it suspended. When you talk about a mode of transportation that is not licensed, the B summons is meaningless, certainly virtually meaningless. And so if we were going to kick up enforcement around e-bikes in New York City, which many of you on the council have asked us to do, it would literally be burning resources to have more cops out there issuing B summonses. The only other option that we have available to us under the law as it currently exists is C summonses. And so for that reason, and to address what I have heard from so many people in so many different parts of the city, to address their concerns around safety as it relates to e-bikes hitting people, pulling their kids out of the way of a e-bike careening down the street. We needed to do meaningful enforcement, and so this is that meaningful enforcement. I want to tell you that anecdotally, I think it's working. I'm seeing e-bikes stopping at red lights, not 100% of the time, but certainly more than they used to do, which was virtually never. And I will look forward to working with this council to create a more tailored, meaningful, viable approach to e-bike enforcement and to working on what laws will govern it. But as the law stands now, the C-summons is the only meaningful enforcement that we can do. And we have to address the public safety concerns that people are raising.
Broad strokes before the specifics on e-bikes. I've appreciated that as issues have come up at these hearings, such as NYPD response times to the most serious crimes in progress, to call times for 911, for call responsiveness on 911 operators and calls going to recordings, you've come back with saying, recognizing these issues and coming up with operational solutions and giving us timeframes for when things will get better, which I've appreciated. I hope you'll similarly take a look at a shift away from civil toward criminal enforcement in quality of life issues that do require your attention, and I'm not saying should not face civil enforcement, but I'm concerned about more people getting swept up in our criminal justice system that don't need it. And that's, I think, why so many of us are concerned particularly about the criminal enforcement on the e-bike issues and these other issues where we have a Trump administration that is trying to sweep everyone up into their deportation machine that they can. Are you concerned that this increased criminal enforcement of e-bike riders, where we have a high concentration of undocumented people, is going to lead to more people getting really wrongly deported?
And I will address that question first and then your larger point after. At the New York City Police Department, we have to address public safety concerns. We have to uphold our laws and enforce our laws. And so some of those can be felonies, misdemeanors, violations. It is what we have to do. And as it relates to e-bikes, the only option that we have at this time that is viable and meaningful is issuing C-summonses. I do hope and expect that the council is going to work to create a new framework to govern e-bikes so that the C-summons won't be our only viable option. But right now it is. And as we uphold all of these laws, like, are there potential downstream consequences? Certainly. But the NYPD does not engage in civil immigration enforcement, period.
I'm not totally satisfied with the answer, but I do agree that it would be helpful for us to collaborate together on a regulatory framework to have better and more appropriate enforcement. I don't think the status quo is working either in terms of we have dangerous situations with e-bikes that need to be addressed, and I don't think the enforcement approach is the best case scenario.
And that's the thing, the status quo doesn't work for pedestrians.
Agreed.
It also doesn't work for people who believe and who are desperate to see more bikes on the road. Because what we have seen over the past, let's say, 10 years is like the explosion of biking in New York City without any meaningful legal framework to keep everyone safe. And when things grow like that without a regulatory framework, they get out of control. And right now, my opinion, an opinion that I know is shared by lots of New Yorkers, things are out of control. And so we need to work with this council to bring it back under control and put in place a sensible framework to address it. As to your question about the move to criminalize, I will look at those numbers and I will be prepared soon to have a meaningful conversation with you.
Great.
I believe in the spirit of those reforms that you mentioned, but I just want to have more specific numbers in my head before we engage.
I appreciate you saying that very much. I'll just say this in closing. I have not signed on to Councilmember Holden's bill. I think that we need a broader conversation about how to hold the app companies accountable in this, that we can't just be focused on enforcement of the bike riders. It has to be a broader approach. And if the police department is interested in engaging the diverse cross-section of council members on this topic for how we can solve for this, I would be happy to be a part of those conversations.
But my opinion generally is that we cannot live in a consequence-free environment. Bad things come from that. And right now, the way the B summonses worked is e-bikes. We're generally living and working in a consequence-free environment. And my hope is that this council, when they pass whatever reforms are going to be made around e-bikes and biking generally in New York City, is we will not repeat that mistake of creating a consequence-free environment.
I would welcome further conversations with your team on that to try and craft a regulatory environment that is enforceable and effective. So I appreciate the time, and I just want to thank your team is going to meet with us about some of the crime data in the 8-4 next week, and I appreciate that. I hope we can get some attention on that soon. Thank you.
Okay, questions from Councilmember Joseph, followed by Hudson.
Thank you, chairs. Commissioner, how are you? I have a couple of questions. One, what is the rule around fare evasion? There was an incident in my district with a gentleman who got on the bus who didn't pay his fare, but the way he was treated, it took 7 officers to subdue someone for $2.90. And if I recall correctly, I know the council had passed a bill that there should be education and then enforcement, that if you do take someone for fare evasion, you should notify them that there's fair fares. I didn't see that happen in that video. We can have an offline conversation and show you what transpired in my community, and it's unacceptable, right? For $2.90, took 7 officers to put 1 gentleman in a car?
Yeah, I would have to take a look. So MTA works with us with Eagle teams, with NYPD team officers as well with bus enforcement. So I'd be happy to look at that and see what happened and work closely with you.
Yeah, I would love to do that because I don't want that to happen, because I'm sure that could have happened to one of my older adults who got on the bus and didn't pay their fares. But, you know, we want to make sure that it was a lot to watch, and it was very aggressive for $2.90.
Understood. I'm happy to work with you on that.
Thank you. Has OMB and the Office of Labor Relations made progress in the salary for assistant school safety agents?
Yes.
Yes, so for the Assistant School Safety Agent title, that has been established. It's $37,000, and we are looking to hire our first group of Assistant School Safety Agents in July.
And that's the official title?
Yes.
If yes, the salary is, can you repeat that again?
Yeah, I'm going to get you the exact amount. It's $37,000, but.
And how many have you hired?
We haven't hired any yet because we were waiting for the certification from the state and then the establishment of the official salary, so the first class will be in July.
And what type of training, drawing out the modified training for assistant school safety agents, what type of training will they receive?
Hi, good afternoon, Inspector Tracy Millett.
Good afternoon, Inspector.
Thank you, ma'am. They will receive 8 weeks of training that will encounter physical fitness as well as NYPD, New York City Public Schools, rules and regulations, visitor protocol. Also, they'll learn about restorative justice as well as dealing with child in crisis.
And the de-escalation will be part of that training as well, as these are, what was the age group for hiring school safety assistants?
18, 17, depending on how advanced they are, I guess, if they finish high school. But definitely high school, no older than 21, everyone under than 21.
And de-escalation is part of the training. And what type of uniform will they have?
They'll have the light blue uniform with the patch on the side that'll say Assistant School Safety Agent.
How will you be able to differentiate them?
The patch, and then also they won't have a shield on them.
They won't have a shield. And how many of these positions will be funded?
So we got approval for 400.
And how you decide where you place them in the schools?
They'll be placed in the elementary schools, and that'll be determined with communication, definitely collaboration with New York City Public School System, as well as the incidents that there, as well as the population.
And the funding will be, is it an intra-agency funding between New York City Public Schools and NYPD, just like school safety agents?
Yes, it is, ma'am.
And when, go ahead.
Sorry, just the exact salary for the Assistant School Safety Agent is $37,339.
And why elementary schools?
Just because they're just still coming out of high school. High school, they're just graduating. We figured elementary, a smaller environment, younger kids, it'll be an easy assimilation for them.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, chairs.
Just a note, it just came out last night. It is out, the link for the job, so all can apply that in that age group. And we sent you the link, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, questions from Councilmember Hudson.
Thank you, chairs. Hello, Commissioner. I have several questions, so bear with me here. In 2023, individuals aged 60 and older across the country lost a staggering
60 or 16?
60, 60, lost a staggering $3.4 billion to fraud. Here in New York City, our older adult population has grown by more than 30% over the past decade, and it's projected to grow another 40% by 2040. As financial crimes become more sophisticated with advancing technology, how's the NYPD using its budget to protect one of our largest and most vulnerable populations?
I'm going to ask Chief Kenny, our Chief of Detectives, who oversees financial crimes and those.
Thank you.
So in a normal instance like this, when the crime takes place, the numbered squad or the local squad would take that case, but then the Financial Crimes Task Force would be brought in to enhance that. And in some instances, even the major case unit would be brought in to follow up, because a lot of these crimes, as we know, lead to interstate crime criminals. So we also use our federal partners as well. So we do work very closely with the FBI and HSI in regards to financial crime.
Do you think, given the increase in population that's going to be expected over the next 15 years, that perhaps resources should be directed towards that division?
We do fill in as need be, but as we've been speaking about, for the majority of these hearings, we are short staffing. That's why we do have the numbered squads pitch in to help out when need be.
Okay, thank you. The statistics you shared in your testimony about gun arrests and shooters for children under the age of 18 are staggering.
Yes.
In 2022, I introduced legislation that would require the NYPD commissioner to provide guidance to its uniformed officers on determining whether to use criminal enforcement or divert young people to a community-based organization to receive essential services in lieu of arrest. And this has been demonstrated as successful in precincts in Brooklyn. Our goal was to provide young people with the services and resources they need that are pushing them to resort to crime. Has the NYPD explored such a program? And if not, would you support such a program? And does the NYPD have existing programs that divert young people to programs or services in lieu of arrest when criminal activity is identified?
So I have not looked at that piece of legislation from 2022, but if you'll give me just a few days, I will take a look at it and happy to follow up with you on it. As for the diversion programs, Chief LaPetri is going to speak to that.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You've been here that long.
When the police commissioner came in, she asked me to look at youth crime, youth violence, but also, how to deal with at-risk youth prior to them committing a serious crime or a gun-related crime. So one of the things that the NYPD instituted was the juvenile crime desk now falls under crime control strategies, my bureau. And we are an extremely data-driven bureau that looks at not just crime, but looks at indicators that somebody might be either a victim or a perpetrator in a crime. This is specifically looking at juveniles. So one thing that we will be instituting is the ceasefire program with juveniles. We've never done that before. Though some get mixed in, but we're primarily focused on adults. So I think the ceasefire program, including, just with juveniles, is something that we can really, really do well. And when we start, I can reach out to you and you can maybe come to one of the meetings.
That'd be great. Thank you. And just so you know, Commissioner, it's Intro 254.
Thank you.
The bill. A couple of district-specific questions, and then I have a broader question. Are you familiar with a program called To Protect, Serve, and Understand that's put on by a performing arts group called Irondale?
I am not.
Okay. For nearly a decade, they've used theater to help police and community members build trust and understanding. I went to the 10-year anniversary celebration. We had former folks from the police department. I don't remember all their titles. But officers were permitted to attend the sessions and participate in the 10-week-long program. However, we've been informed that the NYPD earlier this month was canceling this program in order to put more uniforms on the street. The program only requires 7 officers for a total commitment of 56 hours over 10 weeks and less than $20,000 annually to fund the program, which builds trust in the community. If you're not familiar with the program, then I won't ask if you can explain why it was canceled.
I'm not familiar with the program, but each deputy commissioner and each borough chief has to make some really difficult decisions in a tough environment in terms of staffing. And so the program that you're talking about would fall under our Community Affairs Bureau, run by Deputy Commissioner Mark Stewart. And so I recommend that you follow up with him on why he made the assessment to cut participation in that program.
Great, will do. Thank you. And then while Councilmember Brewer continues to look for the Manhattan tow pound, I want to ask if you have a plan to get both official and personal police vehicles off of pedestrian sidewalks. At every precinct in my district, parked cars come right up to the tree pits, which leaves space that's too narrow for me to pass with my kid's stroller, let alone if somebody has a wheelchair or a cane or some other type of mobility impairment. And I'm wondering if there's a plan to return pedestrian space to pedestrians and put police cars in proper parking spots and even garages.
So in my mind, I look at this in two different pieces. The first is the parking around precincts. The second is very basic citywide parking plaque enforcement, not in this specific area dealing with precinct parking, but like, for example, using a plaque to leave a car like in a bike lane or.
Yeah, and I'm not even trying to address that. I'm addressing specifically on the block of the precincts.
Oh, so you're talking about category number 1.
Police, yeah, category number 1. Police cars, it's their personal vehicles that when they come, for their shift, they're parking, and it's perpendicular to the sidewalks, and half the car is on the sidewalk.
Our Deputy Commissioner of Legal Matters is overseeing the work of this department in this area.
Okay.
Yeah, so then there are a number of different pieces to this. There is a piece, right, which is a structural piece, long-term, in terms of just the parking setup around certain commands. There are just real challenges, right? We do need to have parking for the officers. But from a compliance perspective, I want you to know that one of the priorities we have at Compliance Stat is this very issue. So obviously, compliance, we have to select, what are the compliance issues we're really focused on? And one of them is parking around precincts. And we will devote time to, we have folks from professional standards going out, analyzing what's happening around precincts, taking photos, calling COs to account, right? Having them at the podium, right? And saying, okay, hold on, you're the CO of this command, look at this photo. This is totally unacceptable for the reasons, Councilmember, that you articulated. And I think we are affecting a lot of change. Obviously, we're happy to follow up in terms of the particular commands.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's come and taken any photos of the precincts in my district.
Okay.
I'm happy to provide the photos. I'm happy to come out with the inspector, whoever does the investigations. But it's a real issue, and it's a multifaceted issue. Obviously, each precinct is unique, and the areas that they serve, and lack of parking and all of that. But in some cases, like in the 8-8, the cars are in the bike lane. And also, the bus lane at times could be.
So we need to know about that.
Okay.
We will definitely focus on that, both at Compliance Stat and with our newly centralized inspections teams, whose job it is to go out into the field and look for just that type of condition.
Okay, and one other thing I do want to mention about that specifically is that in the 7-8, when some of the newer buildings went up as part of Atlantic Yards, there were parking spots allocated for the police department that are not used. So
Our Deputy Commissioner of Management and Budget is definitely going to be following up with you on that.
you got somebody for everything. I love it.
Yeah, well, we had already reached out about that issue, and so we will follow up to make sure that they got the message.
Okay, and then just one friendly recommendation.
Please.
As we look to build new housing, when the city is building city-subsidized buildings, one thing that I fought for that I wasn't able to get was if you're already building parking spots or parking will be included in a building and it's near a police precinct, why not allow police cars to be parked
Amen.
in that. So glad we agree on that one. But that's like an internal agency to agency
Oh,
thing.
I know, I still say amen.
Yeah, I know, because the other agencies, they don't want to give you all the parking. Okay, question about overtime. In your testimony, you mentioned reductions in overtime, including a combined savings of $40.4 million over just the first 4 months of 2025 compared to last year, and you've also stated that none of this has come at the expense of public safety. Do you have a goal in terms of the amount you're trying to reduce overtime or the cost of overtime by, or is there a specific number by which you're aiming to reduce overtime?
So essentially, if we had continued on the trajectory we were going, we estimate that we would have spent over $1.2 billion, about $1.23 billion in fiscal year '25. And our projection right now, obviously there's still a month left in the fiscal year, is that we will be about $1.1 billion. So
That you will be 1.1 billion over? Under.
No, that the total spend would be 1.1 billion versus 1.23.
We
and
were
that
on a
first-
trajectory for
the 1.23 billion, and that did not include in the first half of the year the additional transit initiatives that we took on the second half of the year. So that's incorporating with this additional allocation of resources, which is partially on overtime, still being able to bring that number down by about $130 million from what we projected would have been had we not put these efforts in place to manage the overtime more effectively.
So is that the goal, reduction by 130?
From what we were projecting, yes.
Okay. And that's the goal for this fiscal?
Correct.
And what will the goal be for next fiscal?
So we are working right now with the Office of Management and Budget and internally to look at what we think that'll be. I mean, our objective is obviously to continue what we've been doing and to continue to see those reductions and to continue to see the most effective use of our resources. So I don't have that number yet, but I anticipate that we'll be, working to keep it as tight as
if
possible.
we continue to do what we've been doing since January in terms of management of overtime, it is somewhat inconceivable that overtime next fiscal year will be higher than this fiscal year, just because the first 6 months of the year there was so much spending.
Great, that's good news. If the chairs will allow, I'd like one more question. Thank you. What is the NYPD's current clearance rate for major crimes, and how do these rates shift when broken down demographically by race, ethnicity, or neighborhood? Given persistent disparities in public concern, what concrete steps are being taken to improve transparency, boost investigative performance, and rebuild trust in the communities that are most affected by serious crime?
It's a lot.
It is, and I'm happy to repeat whatever you need me to
No,
repeat.
what I'm trying to say is that every crime has a different clearance rate, basically.
For sure.
But I'll just give you some highlights and some things that I am very proud of because of the collaboration with all the bureaus. Shoplifting is one of them. We right now, in some commands, are seeing well over a 50% clearance rate in shoplifting, and that's because of a very precise plan to look at recidivists, but also look at locations that repeatedly get hit. So our
But is shoplifting considered a major crime?
It could be. It could be grand larceny, it could be petty larceny, or it could be also a robbery, because people go in to steal merchandise and then use force upon leaving, it becomes a robbery. If you look at the murders, I mean, historically, we're at approximately a 70% clearance rate. And when you look
7-0?
7-0. And when you look at the borough that has the best clearance rates, it's the Bronx. Again, because we put more detectives in the Bronx, we put more resources in the Bronx, unfortunately, because it's 37% of the shootings in New York City. When you look at our robberies, we're usually at a 40 to 45% clearance rates on robberies. So throughout the years, I've seen, throughout the 5 years that I've really been honing in on the data when it comes to clearance rates, they've only increased in all of our majors and also our shootings and our shots fired.
Great. If you can maybe follow up with the demographics by race, ethnicity, and neighborhood, that would be helpful.
I will give homework to my analysts.
Thank you.
No problem. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, Just acknowledging we've been joined by Councilmember Rivera, and with that, we're going to close this out. Thank you all very much for your testimony, and we look forward to working with you. And also Majority Leader Farias is here. Thank you all very much. We'll take a 10-minute break, and then we're going to hear from Mark J.
Somebody's going to give me like an email, right, from your, who gives me like an email from your office, I follow up question.
Does anyone understand? Running list.
Right, so you'll give me what Councilwoman was asking for. Okay. Thanks, Mike.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Welcome to the second portion of, what is this, day 12? Day 12 of executive budget hearings. Who's counting? Councilman Justin Brannan, I am the chair of the Finance Committee. I'm pleased to once again be joined by my friend and colleague, Councilmember Salam, who chairs the Committee on Public Safety. And we're joined for this portion by the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice. We've been joined by Councilmembers Sanchez and Rivera. Welcome, Director Logan and your team. Thank you for joining us today to answer our questions. On May 1st, the administration released the Executive Financial Plan for FY26 to 29 with a proposed FY26 budget of $115.1 billion. MOCJ's proposed FY26 budget of $844.9 million represents less than 1% of the administration's proposed FY26 budget in the executive plan. This is an increase of $60.6 million from the originally allocated $784.3 million in the preliminary plan back in January. This net increase is mostly due to an increase in personal services spending. As of March 2025, MOCJ had 51 vacancies relative to their FY25 budgeted headcount. My questions will largely focus on MOCJ's work with public defenders, work with nonprofits that provide reentry services, and overall funding issues and challenges. City contracting delays have long been a problem with our nonprofits, but these delays directly affect a person's ability to have a defense in court when they cannot afford representation. Further questions will involve how MOCJ is upholding its agreement in the efforts to close Rikers Island. Before we get started, I again want to thank Jack Story and Casey Leisky, Owen Katowski, everyone from the finance team back across the street at Mission Control and over here today for making these hearings possible. I'm now going to turn it over to my committee counsel, Brian Sarfo, who will swear everyone in, and we can get started.
Good afternoon. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Director Logan?
I do.
Chief Daniel?
I do.
Officer Fiato?
I do.
And Officer Julian?
I do.
You may begin.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Salam, Chair Brannan, esteemed council members who are here in spirit. Thank you for the opportunity to present our FY26 executive budget and priorities. I'm Deanna Logan, and I have the privilege of leading the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice. Joining me here today is our Chief of Staff, Nora Daniel, our Chief Financial Officer, Robert Fiato, and our Chief Operating Officer, Candace Julian. I imagine with all of the moving parts that are happening right now in New York City, the evolution of our agency in recent years may not be what's front of mind for the council. And that's fine if I at least get you all to remember that MOCJ is an essential service in the public safety continuum that is designed to make a difference, not headlines. The Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice is an agency, and that's a big thing to say. We are an agency on the rise doing invaluable work to help reduce our jail population, address hate crimes, stop those that seek to reduce our housing stock, and make our neighborhoods safer by breaking cycles of criminal behavior that plague New Yorkers. We work with the Office of Court Administration, with defense attorneys, with the district attorneys to improve our justice system using data to innovate pilot programs you won't find anywhere in the United States. We empower justice-impacted New Yorkers to make safer transitions back into the community. We don't want anyone spending one day more or one day less in jail than necessary. At the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice, we bring stakeholders together to create solutions. Now we're doing it under our own standalone agency code as well, having completed a 2-year transition that improved our information technology, human resources, and oversight capabilities. For the upcoming fiscal year, our executive budget proposes Yes, you've stated it, hundreds of millions of dollars to sustain our vital programs. Today, I'll explain why that's not an expense, but rather an investment for New York City and the people of New York City. Our core programs that start off with reentry programs, providing meaningful pathways for New Yorkers to successfully return home from incarceration, is essential for the benefit of both the individual and the neighborhoods that they call home. Individuals with criminal records often face immense challenges finding housing, stable job, access to medical care, continuing their education, and just being supported in their humanity as people and citizens. Our programs help bridge those gaps. We allocate $26 million a year to reentry initiatives that include discharge planning while people are still on Rikers and in prison, employment support, and comprehensive services after release to help stabilize life for justice-involved persons and their families. Our office also directs $32 million annually to Alternatives to Incarceration efforts, known as ATIs. This program helps reduce incarceration by offering structured alternatives to jail for more than 5,000 New Yorkers each year. We address root issues like mental health, substance misuse, while holding participants accountable. Connecting individuals to important services while keeping them in their communities, often with their families, helps lower incarceration rates, recidivism rates, and costs to taxpayers. The Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice leads pretrial innovation, including our successful supervised release program that was introduced in 2016. Supervised release gives judges the option to release individuals with supervision into stable situations that maintains them closer to their families. Similar to our Alternatives to Incarceration, we provide assistance in attending court, accessing employment services, getting referrals for treatment when necessary. Thousands benefit from supportive supervision each year instead of sitting in jail. When I was here last month, I told you about our pilot providing intensive support for high-needs individuals operating in Queens and in Manhattan. This pilot is the epitome of how we use data to innovate solutions. Individuals with higher needs must be supported by people with more experienced clinical supports and expertise. Infusing highly specific, person-centered care in our services means that more experienced clinical staff support fewer individuals and thus increase the amount of time they spend with each client addressing the client's specific needs. In this pilot, our ability to review the research data and real-time testing of the service models is yielding some very promising early results, including significantly lowering rearrest and non-compliance rates. We are looking forward to share more as the pilot continues. A foundational building block of stability is housing. Without a reliable place to leave your things and come back to, individuals leaving jail or prison are far more likely to spiral and find themselves once again navigating the criminal legal system. Providing someone the stability of a home, they will be less likely to fall back into the cycles of crime. Participants in our program are about 30% less likely to be rearrested in the year after transitional housing compared to where they were the year prior to entering that transitional housing. This program evolved from a pandemic-era emergency program into a remarkable, sustainable system that helps thousands of individuals every year, with hundreds of people leveraging that support to find stability but more importantly, to get safe, permanent housing. These programs work. And a significant part of this work that must not be forgotten is that the providers of all of the services that we contract for are caring professionals who ensure that they offer solutions centered on the people that they are serving. Given the essential foundation housing provides, we also fight to keep the housing market affordable for all New Yorkers through the work of our Office of Special Enforcement. Their efforts to combat illegal short-term rental preserves housing for local renters and stability for New York neighborhoods. In the 2 years since Council passed Local Law 18 and it took effect, we've seen the world's largest online booking sites remove illegal short-term rentals and return housing stock to New York from their New York listings. In partnership with the Department of Buildings and the Fire Department, they're ensuring residential spaces remain safe, livable, and most importantly, available to New Yorkers. Our Office for the Prevention of Hate Crimes is small but mighty, team innovating new ways to tackle bias and hate, and they're setting examples for the rest of the country. We work with the New York City Police Department, community organizations, other stakeholders to educate, de-escalate, and support affected communities. We fund grassroots initiatives under the Partners Against the Hate program, and we support the Breaking Bread Building Bonds initiative launched by Mayor Adams. MOCJ works hard to preserve a cornerstone of justice for tens of thousands of New Yorkers, equal access to legal defense. We coordinate the city's provision of criminal indigent legal services, including conflict counsel cases that are handled by the assigned counsel plan. Working collaboratively with the state, we ensure that the city affords quality representation for all, especially those who cannot afford private counsel. To better manage this work, we created a dedicated legal team focused on contracts and fiscal matters, which helped our finance staff register all, not one, but all contracts on time for fiscal 25 for our indigent legal work, and we're on track to repeat that success in FY26. With dozens of MOCJ programs and hundreds of MOCJ partners, it would take me hours, and I know that you're in lunch break, so you don't want me to take hours, to detail all of the impact our work is having across New York. But please indulge me with a few highlights that you should know about. One is Project Reset. It's a fantastic second chance program helping low-level, nonviolent offenders avoid criminal records through pre-arraignment diversion programs. Restorative Justice is a program that uses the time-tested strategy of bringing parties together to promote healing as well as public safety. Project Restore Bed-Stuy is a deterrence pilot that was a collaboration with the Office of the Kings County District Attorney and Columbia University Social Relations Lab that afforded 30 young men the agency to exit cycles of gun and gang violence and offered a new de-escalation model for cities everywhere. Flip the Script, featured on Fox News earlier this week, is a program for justice-involved youth in Brownsville who are now working apprenticeships in the film industry, and we are very much looking forward to them producing their own movie that is going to receive a red carpet premiere later this year. Our CDL training and employment program, which last week was also featured nationally on CBS News for its stunning success in helping justice-involved New Yorkers get six-figure jobs in the trucking industry. Change is hard work, and we're up for it. We're doing that work. While we don't expect to fix every challenge in our criminal justice system, we are making it fairer for the individuals in the system. We're improving safety and the health of communities across New York City. With a front row seat to how our investments are improving lives, I can confidently say your investment in the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice, now its own standalone agency, will help advance your constituents' priorities as well. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss our solutions, and I look forward to our continued partnership in advancing justice and safety.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I want to jump right in here, talking about contracts. So a significant portion of MOCJ's FY26 executive budget is allocated for contracts. Just wanted to go over some general info about MOCJ's contracting budget. In the preliminary plan back in January, MOCJ was allocated $135,000 in addition to baseline funding for additional contract staff. So could you tell us how many staff, budgeted and actual, do you have working to process payments and contracts?
Thank you. I'll have our Chief Operating Officer, who has been diligently working on staffing us up. I'm very proud to say that we are a very different place of vacancies sitting before you today.
Thank you for the question. Dedicated to contracts, we have 11 staffers.
And what are the titles of those positions?
They range from our Agency Chief Contracting Officer, Deputy Agency Chief Contracting Officer, Contract Manager, Senior Contract Manager, Contract Analyst, and we do have a DCAS Pathway Fellows who is on the Procurement and Finance track.
Would you like more staffers, or is 11 enough to handle the capacity?
We do have 11 staffers. We have a staffer in the onboarding process and one vacancy that we are in the process of interviewing for.
So you're budgeted for 13?
Correct.
Okay. And what's the average number of contracts being handled by each of those folks?
It varies by their seniority, by their title. Our contract managers can handle more complex contracts where they can manage upwards of 14 contracts, and also it depends on the task at hand. Yeah.
Did you, have you designated a chief nonprofit officer?
Yes, we have.
Okay. Is that included in those 13?
No.
And who is the chief nonprofit officer?
The chief nonprofit officer is the Deputy Agency Chief Contracting Officer for Operations.
And what's the person's name?
Monica Moy.
Okay. And is that a standalone position, or was it a responsibility added to their existing role?
Responsibility added to an existing role.
How much of a city council discretionary award value is available to an organization immediately?
Can you repeat the question?
How much of a city council discretionary award is available to an organization immediately?
I'm going to defer to our Chief Financial Officer.
Yes, Chair. It depends on when the contract is registered. We have approximately $24 million in city council discretionary contracts within the agency, so it all depends on the contract registration process. For fiscal 26, as Director Logan mentioned, we're on track for timely registration to begin the fiscal year on a good foot with all of our providers.
Okay. Now that the cuts to alternatives to incarceration and reentry have been restored to the FY25 levels and the points of agreement lists ATI as a priority to close Rikers, is there any plan to expand funding for these programs in the coming years?
So through the restoration to the FY25 levels, we are able to keep all of our providers whole and maintain the current services within ATI. We continue to conduct research and work with our research and development teams to make sure that we understand the needs of ATI. So as we continue to understand the data better and to get a better understanding of what's needed across the system, that is something that we will continue to discuss with OMB.
And what's the current funding amounts for ATI and reentry services?
ATI is budgeted at $54 million in fiscal '26, and reentry is budgeted at $31.7 million in fiscal '26 as well.
So, and in light of potential federal cuts to Medicaid and other federal mental health funding, which we know would directly impact the nonprofit providers who offer reentry and discharge planning and mental health-related treatment, has MOCJ considered enhancing funds for reentry and ATI providers?
So we know that we will likely, we are monitoring the situation. We likely would not have enough funding to be able to cover everything, but we're continuing to monitor.
Have you asked OMB for more money?
So we're continuing to monitor with our providers, and our providers, we're continuing to work with them to make sure that they're able to maintain the levels of services that we have now.
Okay, staying on the federal uncertainty, as we know, legal services are essential service to the city, especially facing attacks from the federal government on due process and immigration and family separation. We also know that since the pandemic, nonprofit legal service providers have suffered massive rates of attrition, particularly among their most experienced attorneys. Nonprofits can't retain these workers, and New Yorkers go without experienced lawyers who remain, and the lawyers who remain have unsustainable caseloads. So I know right now many of these nonprofits are actively bargaining with their unions to reach fair contracts with wages that will hopefully stave off attrition. Some of these negotiations are heading towards contract expiration dates at the end of this month, or next month, June. What is MOCJ doing to ensure that funding is in place to meet the contract demands of these unions?
Thank you very much for the question, Chair. We have been working with our indigent defense portfolio to understand what their needs are, and we've also been talking to our portfolio team at OMB. Currently, as of this week, the Office of Management and Budgets gave each one of our partners the flexibility to use some of the funding that they are receiving for FY26 to address some funding for additional salary increases for staff in order for retention. And we continue to work with the indigent defense portfolio teams to understand where and how funding may or may not be needed so that we can have those discussions with OMB and afford additional flexibility.
Okay, so is OMB aware of this concern? I mean, obviously we want to, stave off a possible court shutdown in July, which would be chaotic. Is OMB aware?
OMB is aware of the status.
Okay. This last from me. So in the FY26 budget, the city allocated an additional $20 million for public defenders performing criminal trials and appeals work. The intent of the initiative is to support staffing in the criminal practice. While this funding is sorely needed, MOCJ has limited how it may be used. Is there a reason why we're sort of tying public defenders' hands by restricting the use of their funding? Particularly because we're capping salary increases to 3%?
Much of the way that we as a city manage the attorney pool that we have across the city is in giving everyone the ability to give raises in a certain range and to make sure that we continue to have parity across providers. And as we look at each of the providers, as we look at the market as a whole, we will continue to review and see what makes the most sense in how that flexibility is given. Again, we continue to talk to OMB, we look across where everyone is, and we will continue to work to what would be a fair and equitable resolution of this
Okay,
challenge.
am I correct in that the city is limiting, the city is explicitly stating that the funding cannot be used to support salary increases above the city's pattern of 3%?
The city has been very clear that whatever the providers use their funding for, their overall funding is going to stay the same because that's where we are within the portfolio, but there has been flexibility in the ability to give raises.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Chair Salam. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. And good afternoon. I'm going to start with changes to the plan. In fiscal year 26 executive plan, 14 positions are being transferred from various agencies into MOCJ, 1 from Administration of Children's Services, 6 from the Department of Corrections, 4 from the Department of Finance, and 3 from the Department of Probation, along with $559,369 in fiscal year 25 and $19 million baseline beginning in fiscal year 26. Can you tell us what was the purpose of this transfer and which programs or services will MOCJ be taking over from these agencies?
Thank you for the question. As mentioned earlier, and as you're well aware of, we are a new agency. So the transfer of headcount was a technical adjustment, moving active staffers into the newly formed agency. So there's no changes to services. It was simply a technical budget adjustment.
And I'm not sure if this was already stated, but can you please list the titles of each position that has been transferred?
I will be able to send that to you after the hearing if that's possible.
Thank you, definitely. This plan reflects an additional $20 million baselined for the city's public defenders, which includes $375,000 baseline for 3 additional personnel. What 3 positions are being added?
The $375,000 is for agency operations, and the 3 positions funded are for our IT functionality, human resources, and legal.
And how is the full $20 million increase being utilized to benefit public defenders?
The mayor's stated intention with funding the $20 million increase is for the legal service providers to hire new attorneys to assist with caseload and intake assignment increases, but as Director Logan mentioned, there is flexibility for the providers to utilize that funding in accordance with their own internally identified needs, working with ourselves at OMB to ensure that that money is spent in line with MOCJ's and the city's objectives with promoting a fair and equitable indigent defense system.
The plan includes $4 million in baseline funding for Project Reset. What specific services will these funds support?
So Project Reset is is pre-arraignment diversion. So it provides services for low-level misdemeanors for people who are entering the system that way.
Moreover, we just want to make sure that you're aware, Chair, that not only does it invest in people by providing them services, it also is part of case processing, as the number of cases that are arraigned each year is reduced by the individuals that never actually get brought into the court system. And so it is a vital part of not only serving New Yorkers, but also ensuring that the criminal justice system is addressing the cases that they most need to look at and keep us within our 24-hour time frame for arraignment.
$5.9 million is reflected in this plan for a human services cost of living new need in fiscal year 2026 and 2025 and 2026. Can you please clarify which providers will receive these increases and why is this funding only included for 2 years?
This is technically a technical adjustment for MOCJ. So the Human Service COLA funding was announced last March by Mayor Adams, and we were funded an initial allocation last fiscal year. The new need that you're referencing for $5.9 million is to essentially make us whole for that funding, and it affects most of our providers. We have 159 contracts with 64 vendors, so the vast majority of those vendors will be eligible and are funded for the 3% increase in fiscal '25, 3% in '26, and then another 3% in '27.
You said 3% through 27?
3% annually, beginning in '25, and then '26 and '27.
Okay, I want to move to the points of agreement update. This past April, and then again in this past Friday, we received updates from MOCJ regarding the points of agreement, which was originally created in 2019. Upon reviewing the document, I have questions concerning the methodology as well as regarding the points themselves. So, the most recent update does not include any financial or dollar amounts for the points listed, but you have assured the council that you're working on it. So when can we expect to see funding amounts in these updates?
We can get that to you at the next update. We usually update them annually, and so we can add that to the next update. And if there's anything you'd like to see sooner or anything we can provide to you, we're happy to do so.
And what was the methodology when creating this document? Are these updates a collection of responses from each individual agency, or did MOCJ compile these updates on your own? And did the individual agencies report their status complete, status ongoing, status done with ongoing work, or was that determined by MOCJ itself?
Just to update my answer, we're committing to updating them monthly now, the POAs. And we worked with each agency to determine what the status of the specific POA was, and then assigned and then we work with them to make sure that it was accurate in terms of how it's described.
One of the points listed on the MOCJ is this document is to publicly track progress on commitments. The 2025 update states that MOCJ is committed to providing regular updates, both in person and online. Considering that the April 25 update was the first update posted since 2002, and then we received the following update within a month, how often should we expect updates in the future? And if this was a priority for MOCJ, why is it 3 years before we received our first update?
So we did have some staffing challenges in terms of some continuity issues, but we are now committed to updating them on a monthly basis.
At a recent criminal justice hearing, you said that you were working on adding these updates to your online tracker. How has this process been moving?
So for now, we're updating it manually with a PDF, but we are still working through the IT challenges to be able to update the overall website. And we are continuing to post them on our website.
So will we receive funding amounts in next month's update?
Yes, we can work on that.
Regarding the Community Justice and Innovation Fund, the points of agreement states that the city funding match is dependent on private dollars. What work is MOCJ doing to find appropriate funding sources?
So we are continuing to try to find appropriate private funding sources. We currently have a unit within MOCJ that works directly on innovative pilots, and so that is one way we are continuing to work toward innovation. But we are committed to continue to work with private funders to seek that funding.
I'm going to move to the council budget response. The council included several proposals in our budget response that emphasized recommendations made by the Lippman Commission in their budget blueprint to close Rikers. So my question is, how were the Lippman Commission's funding recommendations considered when finalizing the executive plan, and did you discuss these commitments with the Lippman Commission since the plan was released?
Thank you. We were the benefit of actually having Lippman Commission folks kind of preview for us where they were in terms of the recommendations. Many of the suggestions and the recommendations in the report match a lot of work that is being done now. And so as we look at working with our weekly updates with DOC, with Correctional Health, we are incorporating a lot of that work in that weekly meeting. The projects that have been prioritized and funded for the Department of Correction meet some of the areas that the Lippman Commission highlighted very specifically. Case processing is one of the areas that they highlighted, and we are working to ensure that people who are detained are getting access to the materials that they need in order to meaningfully help in their own defense by having opportunity to review evidence and to annotate it and to talk to their counsel about it in a more timely fashion, which then supports all of the work that Lippman has been working with Office of Court Administration, and we too have been talking with the Office of Court Administration about how to timely move cases through the system and reduce the time that people are spending on Rikers.
The council called on the administration in our budget response to expand the supervised release intensive case management pilot by providing an additional $46 million per the Lippman Commission's recommendation. The executive plan included an increase of $9.1 million in fiscal year 26. How was it decided that this amount would be adequate to expand this program, and what does this expansion entail? And lastly, what is the rationale to fund this expansion for only 1 year?
The $9.1 million you're referencing, Chair, is a specific new need submitted by MOCJ for our intensive case management program, which is a component of the supervised release program, providing intense services for those who are in need of further outreach from the agency and from our providers. So the $9.1 million is a specific MOCJ program related to our $109 million supervised release program. The pilot began last fiscal year, it continued into fiscal 25, and the 9.1 continues the pilot into fiscal 26.
Thank you, Chair. That's all for me.
Okay. Thank you all very much. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll take a little break, and then we're going to start public testimony. Okay, we're going to open up now for public testimony. I just have to read a disclaimer here before we begin. I also want to mention that we've been joined again by Councilmember Brewer. Before we begin, I want to remind members of the public that this is a formal government proceeding, and therefore decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public must remain silent unless, of course, you're at the dais testifying. The witness table is reserved for people who are testifying. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Furthermore, members of the public may not present audio or video recordings as testimony. However, they could submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant at Arms for inclusion in the official final hearing record. If you wish to speak at today's hearing, make sure you fill out one of those slips in the back so we know that you're here and we will call you up. Once you've been recognized, you'll have 2 minutes to speak on today's hearing topics, which are the NYPD budget and the MOCJ budget, Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice budget. If you have a written statement or additional written testimony that you want to submit for the record, just hand it to one of the Sergeant at Arms and they'll bring it up to us here on the dais. And you can also submit you can submit written testimony via email within 72 hours of this hearing. The email address is testimony@council.nyc.gov. Again, audio and video recordings or attachments will not be accepted. Strictly text, please. Okay, first panel, we have Piali Basat, Ariselda Skinner, Jane Fox, Jesse Steffen, and Juval Scott. Jane, you want to start?
Is that working? Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Jane Fox. I'm the chair of the Legal Aid Society Attorneys Union. I represent 1,100 attorneys out of the 3,400 legal service workers at the Association of Legal Advocates and Attorneys. We are UAW Local 2325, and I'm here to talk about the contract campaign that is happening right now at the Legal Aid Society. We've been bargaining with the Legal Aid Society's management since March and have yet to receive any economic offers from them. In fact, we found out this morning that earlier this week they told our sister investigators unit that they will not have an economic offer until June 24th. Our contract expires in 32 days on June 30th. Today, our members are walking on practice pickets across 4 boroughs, and this afternoon, we return to the bargaining table for more negotiations. And while we are committed to bargaining in good faith with our employers, and while we do not want to strike, we are prepared to withhold our labor to win better wages for the long term, and we do not intend to work on an expired contract. In March, I testified about the attrition crisis that is decimating our ranks. Our wages have not kept pace. In fact, the salaries of New York City public defenders rank dead last among defenders in 14 major cities when adjusted for cost of living. We make a sliver of what our union siblings at the federal defenders make. We do not have a defined benefit pension, and we are not in the state retirement system. And we are now also facing an attack on federal student loan relief programs that threaten to burn up our salary gains and destroy hiring and retention in legal services for decades to come. Budgets are value statements. Our clients, working class New Yorkers, deserve the absolute best legal representation. They do not deserve less than any rich person in this city. And if you'll permit me, just to finish, when you devalue us, you devalue the people we serve. And if you continue underfunding us, we will see the attrition crisis speed up. Your constituents will be increasingly represented by less and less experienced attorneys with higher caseloads. They will not get justice, and that is not an acceptable outcome to us, and it shouldn't be acceptable to you. By our employer's estimate, this council needs to increase funding to the Legal Aid Society by at least $74 million to make sure our demands at the bargaining table are met. And specifically, at Legal Aid, we are one union and our members are on the same salary scale regardless of which court they practice in or which contract they are paid on. Public safety is more than just public defense, and that's why it's essential the city allocate commensurate increases in the adopted budget to housing and immigration contracts so our employer can meet our core economic demands to retain experienced staff and with increased salaries and provide a dignified path to retirement. The money our communities need for experienced attorneys and robust public defense is a fraction compared to what this council and this city spends on law enforcement. $205 million in 2024 for NYPD settlements, and as you heard earlier, an estimated $1.1 billion in NYPD overtime. The funding we need is well within your reach. You have the power to value your own communities by investing in us. And if negotiations do not improve in the next month, we are prepared to withhold our labor and interrupt essential city services to win a fair contract. We are fighting for us and for the working class New Yorkers who deserve nothing less than the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Arisleida Estrella Skinner. I am the 911 operators from New York NYPD's local president. I am here again to testify that we are in a New York City crisis with the 911 operators. We are currently, as stated this afternoon, at a head count of 1,210 members, a vacancy of budgeted allegedly of 1412. Sir, we don't have enough operators to answer the crisis of New York City. We don't have enough operators to dispatch New York City officers, EMS or FDNY, into any locations of New York City. The 911 operators are currently working 16-hour tours 5 days a week. Some are working 4 days a week, 16-hour tours. Operators handle about 10 million calls a year. We don't have enough. We're losing 60 to 80 operators every 3 months. It takes us 3 months to hire operators and to train them. We're losing operators sooner than we are actually hiring them. Again, New York City is about to go into a crisis. We do not have operators to answer your calls, of emergency calls. And that's how simple I'm going to keep this testimony. Thank you.
This is not about the NYPD, it's more the FDNY, but we were told we could come down here and speak today.
Speaking on?
FDNY EMS.
Okay, sure.
Yeah? Okay.
Yes.
So I just want to start off by saying I don't represent the FDNY or Local 2507. The people of New York City, they're suffering because EMS and EMS has been suffering for a long time because they have a very high attrition rate. We taking a very long time to respond to jobs. New York City is failing us and the residents of the city. We don't save property, we don't stop crime, we save lives. It's an important job, and in order to do the job effectively, we need more ambulances and personnel. We are not responding to jobs on time because of a growing population, bike lanes, increased traffic, and a high turnover rate of personnel. We constantly pump out new academy classes with new EMTs that are gaining experience. They learn the streets and perfect their patient care, which takes years. What typically happens once they perfect their craft, they end up leaving for better jobs and opportunities, where they will make better wages and better work conditions. I am asking City Council to place the $50 million back in the budget, as well as the $1 million for mental health, for a stronger workforce that will benefit the people of New York City.
Thank you. I agree. There should be no second-class first responders in the city. The speaker certainly and the council believes that the the mayor should give EMS workers pay parity with other first responders, so we're with you. Thank you.
Yes, and thank you.
Can I just add that I'd like my comments to be associated with the chair's comments in regards to all of the testimony so far.
Thank you all very much. Okay, our next panel, we have Lisa Shigersdorf, Juval Scott, Piali Basat,
Should we start? Hi, I'm Lisa Schreibersdorf. I'm the Executive Director of Brooklyn Defender Services. We are representing all the public defenders in New York City today, some of whom are here and some of whom could not make it. We did want to take this opportunity to talk a little more about our overall budgets for the city, for our work. I know you asked some questions during the Mock J portion. So you're aware that after our testimony at the preliminaries, we have done a lot of advocacy to get more money from the mayor's office, and we're really glad to hear that they did allocate $20 more million. So I just wanted to clarify, there are some concerns with the way that that money needs to be spent, but I feel like we probably can work that out. But I just wanted to make sure that this is, excuse me, I just walked in. Do you mind giving me a little water? I just wanted to make sure that the City Council is aware that our ask that we really feel we need is probably another $100 million or close to that. And the reason is that we've been saying for many, many years that we need to match salaries of our staff to other cities that are equivalent to New York, such as LA and even some counties upstate, where people are being paid quite a bit more money, that they can live in their home locations and do their work in the places where they're serving people. And we're unable to do that at this point. And in order to meet those salaries, what is currently about an $85,000 starting salary at all of our offices, they're all a little different, but roughly, really needs to be bumped up to about $100,000 because students are coming out of law school. They have large student debts. The housing market in New York is prohibitive. And we are losing people. We are losing a lot of people. It is harder and harder to retain people, especially out around the third year. So we've done some computation. Again, we can't be totally sure what it would cost, but we really believe that somewhere between, I would say about $100 million more than the 20 that they gave us. So we'll make very, very good use of this. But we really are asking finance and the City Council in general to really try to negotiate for a little more money into our budget, for the coming year. But one of the issues where I think it's an important piece, we're in an extension year where we've had a contract for 6 years. And all right, it's good to have this little bit of extra money, but, and I don't want to poo-poo $20 million. It sounds like a lot, but it's, it's not a huge amount for us. But we're worried that when we go into the RFP year, that if it's really, really underfunded, it's very hard to do proposals and to expect the city to properly fund that project, after the RFP comes in. So it is very important in this coming year for our baseline to go up a bit and maybe even in the following year. So we appreciate your attention and time and consideration. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you for making time for, oops. Can you hear me now? Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for making time for this panel. My name is Juval Scott, and I have the privilege of leading the Bronx Defenders, which, as I'm sure you know, is located in the poorest congressional district in the country. Our office employs a holistic model, and there have been studies that demonstrate that the use of our model has been proven to lower rates of mass incarceration through shortened sentences, reduced incarceration rates, and reduced pretrial detention. A study showed that our work has saved New Yorkers $165 million over 10 years and more since then. And we did that without harming public safety. And that says nothing of the cascading social and economic benefits of keeping people out of jail, in their homes, and with their families and employed. At the Bronx Defenders, we're fortunate to attract some of this country's top talent to serve the 20,000 people per year who rely on our services. And they've committed their talent to public service in one of the most expensive cities in the country. Being a public defender, especially in this moment, it can be grueling. The caseloads rarely ease up, the hours can be long, the emotional weight can be heavy, and these are in combination with the soaring cost of living in the New York City area. For many who would love to choose a path in public defense or have a long career in public defense, the pay is a barrier. Our clients need my people focused on the people we served and not on whether they can afford increased rents, increased food costs, and transportation, because our pay remains historically low and fails to keep pace with the rate of inflation. Public defender talent should be properly valued and compensated, and public defender offices can only do that if the city increases its funding for public defender personnel. Doing so would demonstrate a true commitment and appreciation for the constitutionally mandated services we provide on behalf of some of the most vulnerable New Yorkers. In March, we were here and we asked the city to increase our personnel funding by 25%. We make that same request today because a commitment to public defense commands more. Thank you.
So I'm going to be slightly redundant and also personal. My name is Piali Basic. I'm the Managing Director for the Neighborhood Defender Services of Harlem. And again, I want to echo what everyone said. Really appreciate, the council has fought for funding, increased funding. That has made a difference, but I think I want to echo what Lisa said, that we do need more. And the personal piece is I'm new to this role. I became a managing director because I could not afford to just be a public defender. I supported my family on my salary. We almost lost our home because we just could not support a family on a public defender's salary. I'd rather be in a courtroom than here today. I really would. It is a privilege to be here before all of you, but our public defenders, they are working because they are committed to the work. But the city we need support from the city to properly fund their work and honor their commitment. We have shared time and time again. We have staff who are single parents who are supporting their families. It takes one crisis to completely throw off the delicate balance that public defenders maintain for any sort of stability. So again, we know that you are our allies and friends in this fight, and we just ask that you continue to fight for more funding. I'm going to completely pivot now to policy. Last time we were here, Councilmember Salam, you had asked us about discovery. We have, I think that we are concerned. We hope that the council will continue maintaining the fair and transparent discovery laws that we have fought for. There are concerns that there might be potential pushback to roll back discovery in the city, and we just ask for the council's continued commitment to ensure that the process remains fair. And that is somewhat a little bit related to what else I'm going to talk about, and I know this is a budget hearing, but I think this is an important issue to raise, and that is the issue of DATs. And the reason I'm raising this is because it's actually related to discovery reform. And there have been a lot of conversations about discovery reform. DAT reform occurred at the same time, which was that the NYPD is required to issue DATs now for certain offenses. They're everything from public urination to just taking up space in the subway. And yet what we are finding across all the boroughs, in some boroughs more than others, and I don't have statistics for you today, but we are working on that, is that DATs are not being given for those offenses, and instead people are being arrested and being brought to arraignments. This was, again, something that we fought hard for because this is an issue that disproportionately affects Black and brown New Yorkers. And it is disproportionately affecting the most poorest of New Yorkers, given the level of offenses. And so we wanted to flag this issue for the council, more just to flag this issue. It's an issue we are paying attention to, and I think the council should also be paying attention to this issue. And we will continue raising, again, I apologize, I don't have the statistics. We are going to be working on that, and we will be coming back to you all with more information for that. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Councilmember Brewer.
I'm sure you'll share that with us when you get the statistics, but are you also having a breakdown? Nobody can ask somebody whether they are documented or undocumented, at least for city agencies, which is a good thing. But I am very nervous about individuals who don't have documentation because I worry about ICE. So I'm just wondering if that is also an issue that comes across your desk. I'm just that's my issue.
So we find the increase in using, not issuing DATs when they should is across the board, but the impact on people.
Turn your mic on.
Oh, sorry. It seems to be pretty much across the board that they've reduced the use of DATs beyond like what's even legally required. But there does seem to be a much more disproportionate impact, as you're right to notice, for people who not only are undocumented, but even people who just happen to be immigrants. And we've been in situations where once that person is in jail and they're in that process from arrest to arraignment, they've contacted other counties who are already cooperating with with ICE and maybe finding warrants or what they call I-cards, which is sort of a wanted thing. And like they've had them come and pick people up right from arraignments. So I do believe it is a tactic in some ways to try to round some people up that they couldn't otherwise. But I think it's also impacting people who are not in that status at all. And, you know, not only is it horrible for people, it slows down the system and it impacts every single person who's in jail. The times go up when you have too many people in that system. And it also impacts our own staffing. I mean, I don't want to be totally, you know, self-focused at the moment, but it is very different to represent somebody who's in jail versus somebody who's not in jail. And it just contributes to the kind of work that our staff will always step up to do, but that, you know, is difficult, you know, for us to continually fund with our current resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Our next panel, we have Ruth Lowenkron, Kevin Maestrich, Maya Kremen, Michael Greco, Megan French Marslin, and Haley Nolasco. Just give us 1 sec. Okay. Mike, you want to start?
How you doing? Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for letting us speak. My name is Michael Greco. I'm the Vice President of Local 2507. We represent the FDNY EMTs, paramedics, and fire inspectors. The reason for me coming today was, first of all, to thank you and address the recommendation of the $50 million in the budget. I've been coming up, my president has been coming up for the past 9 years speaking of the inequities that are going on in EMS, and a month before COVID started back in March of 2020, I stood in front of this council and stated that if the call volume hit 6,000 calls a day, that EMS would be decimated. Sure enough, it proved to be correct. We had to call in the National Ambulance Service, and we all saw what COVID brought when the city gets hit with so many medical calls. We're now at that level now, and it seems the mayor or somebody is not listening to the screams going on. We're in contract negotiations, we're getting nowhere. The fight for pay parity is real, and the suggestion of the influx of money that the council has suggested would not only help, but I think they're not looking at the savings that it would bring. We're hiring 600 people a year, and we're losing about 550. So we're probably the only agency over the past 10 years who has hired 150% of their budgeted headcount. Simple math, it costs about $10,000 to train one EMT if you just look at the uniforms and if you just look at the books. That's not including salaries. At $600 a year, you're looking at millions and millions of dollars that's being wasted on training. This response times are shooting through the roof, and we thank the City Council, but we ask for even more. We need the pressure. Our service is losing members left and right. Our training is atrocious when it comes to after they get out into the field. There's no secondary training that comes on. So I once again am here to make the call to you guys. I thank you, Justin. I know you've been a big advocate of us, but I'm re-energizing the call to help save FDNY EMS. Thank you.
I'm not sure how much you're allowed to divulge, but is OLR still refusing to recognize EMS as a uniform service?
That is correct. It was one of our major demands, and they will not offer us the uniform coalition pattern, and they will not move above what the opening offer was day one of the contract.
And when the mayor was running for office, didn't he promise to get this done?
Day one. It's now been over 1,200 days.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, hello. Good afternoon, Chair Salam, Brannon, and Councilmember Brewer. My name is Haley Nolasco, and I'm the Senior Director of Government Relations at the Center for Justice Innovation. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. True safety requires sustained investment in community-driven solutions focused on prevention and fair intervention that do not solely rely on law enforcement. We thank the Council and the Administration for their ongoing support and for the restoration of funding for Project Reset, its early intervention for low-level nonviolent offenses. We thank you. However, recent federal funding cuts have impacted us and continue to threaten critical services, particularly those that prevent violence and provide healing and accountability in the communities we need the most, that need them the most. We're already feeling the impact in some programs like our community violence intervention and community neighborhood safety initiative work. Today, I want to highlight a few examples in need of continued support. In the South Bronx, we are seeking funding to develop a fully operational Bronx Community Justice Center where we continue to encounter unfunded opportunities to address community safety needs in the Bronx. Other programs, such as our RISE project, as well as the Staten Island and Queens Community Justice Centers, offer essential gender-based services to respond to domestic violence and its intersection with gun violence, and also provide alternatives to incarceration. We urge the Council to continue investing in programs such as these to ensure that service gaps do not disrupt any community-based organizations' vital support to co-produce public safety across our great city. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Just turn your mic on. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Yarelis Leonardo, Manager of Reentry Services at Getting Out, Staying Out, a reentry and anti-violence program that has served more than 15,000 people over 2 decades. At GOSO, we work directly with 16 to 24-year-old young people who are incarcerated in Rikers Island, juvenile facilities, people in the community who have been directly impacted by the criminal justice system, and those who are at risk. I focus on developing strategies that empower them to reintegrate successfully, overcome barriers, and ultimately build a future free of incarceration. And that's why everyone at GOSO is very grateful for the City Council and the city's support that allows us to do critical anti-violence work for participants citywide. GOSO's Cure Violence Intervention, community-based education, mental health, job readiness, and paid internship programs have reduced violence and led to better outcomes for the people we serve. While gun violence is still a serious problem in our community, we are proud to say that the area in East Harlem that we serve has seen gun violence drop to the lowest level since 2019. In GOSO's community program, 93% of the young people we serve do not return to jail. GOSO responded to increased needs from court-involved and formerly incarcerated youth for treatment of anxiety, depression, and PTSD by opening an in-house mental health clinic in partnership with the Child Center that provides robust services, including psychiatric care. We created new literacy and STEM programs, and 1/3 of our STEM participants will start college this year. We rely on city and state federal funding, as well as foundation and private grants, and we're able to expand programming in part because of a federal Department of Justice Community Violence Intervention and Prevention Initiative multi-year grant in 2022. However, this April, we unfortunately received news that our ongoing grant for the DOJ has been rescinded, and we lost almost $250,000 that has already been budgeted for this fiscal year, anti-violence and core community program. We are not the only organization impacted by DOJ cut. Anti-violence program around our city lost millions of dollars in funding. While we ensure that our program continues, they will be impacted and will need to rely on city funding more than ever to ensure that all participants who need services can get them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Ruth Lowenkron. I'm the director of the Disability Justice Program at New York Lawyers for the Public Interest. And I'm also a member of Correct Crisis Intervention Today New York City, which has as its sole mission transforming the way New York City responds to mental health crises. And that's what I'm going to talk about today. I'm going to show you in a visual the problem. I've also handed this out to you. It is very, very stunning, bleak information. These are 21 individuals who've been killed at the hands of the police when the police responded to a mental health crisis. This is not pointing a finger at the police, but there is something radically wrong when 21 people end up dead. Police are not the right people to respond to a mental health crisis. You wouldn't send them to respond to a heart attack or not to send them to respond to a mental health crisis. And we luckily here in New York have, and by the way, it's not at all limited to deaths. We have serious injuries. We have people who are arrested and involved in the criminal legal system who otherwise wouldn't be. We have people who are committed to hospitals over objection who otherwise wouldn't be. So we need to transform this. Yes, there is an attempt to do something about it by the city to remove police wherever possible, but in fact that program is lacking in many, many ways. It's the Be Heard program. You may have seen the report that just came out from the New York City Comptroller's Office condemning the program greatly. I will just say it has hope if it can be revised in the ways that I'm setting forth in my written testimony that I'm providing to you. I'll just say two more quick things, please. What's critical is that Be Heard be available 24/7. It's only open 16 hours a day. How can you respond to crises in that short amount of time? And it is also does not include peers, individuals with mental health crisis lived experience, whom we are saying are the best people, and the literature will tell you the best people when trained to do that work. And that's what we're pushing right now for the City Council to add peers to that. And there's a budget line of $4.5 million to in fact add peers to programs. Generally, we want to make sure that that $4.5 million is just the beginning of adding peers, individuals who live mental health experience, to the Be Heard program, and also following our other recommendations for revitalizing the Be Heard program, which is greatly in need of it, but certainly for eliminating the police in all but the rarest of circumstances. Thank you. Sorry.
Put me in the corner for a reason. Good afternoon. Thank you so much. My name is Megan French-Marslin. I am testifying on behalf of the New York City Alternatives to Incarceration and Reentry Coalition. And I came here today from Fortune's Castle, which hopefully many of you have visited, where we met with 16 of New York State's parole commissioners. And they said that as they're making determinations about parole, they look at one thing: are people connected to our services? Because they know if they are, that they will be successful and thriving in community. We are public safety. We're effective public safety, we're proven public safety, and we're evidence-based. We provide housing, employment, job training, substance use treatment, mental health treatment. A lot of my colleagues are on this panel. And our ask is additional $2.4 million to do this work. Now, I want to put that into a bigger picture. $2.4 million is 10% of what the DOC allocates for overtime every single month. $2.4 million dollars in additional resources allows these programs to thrive. And I'm just going to give a couple examples of our statistics. 97% of Bronx Connect youth do not have another conviction 3 years later. Osborne's court mitigation program saved the city $162 million in incarceration costs last year. And CASE's FACT team, which works with serious mental illness through an ATI program, has 100% non-recidivism rate. Now, that is far more effective public safety than Rikers and any other program that the city has. So we look forward to working with you to expand these services. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone left to testify? Okay, thank you all very much. Thank you. Okay, our next panel is William Medding, Carolyn Lewis, Reem Ramadan, Hannah Jang, Marianne Caldy, and Daphne Tomasilla. You can begin when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to speak today. My name is William Medina. I'm a proud leader of the Los Deliveristas Unidos and organizer with the Worker Justice Project. But more than that, I'm a delivery worker. I'm someone who rides through the city every day to earn a living to provide for my family to survive. I'm here today not just an advocate, but as someone who is living this reality, and I'm speaking to you with outrage, frustration, and heartbreak. During the pandemic, people call us heroes. They clap for us, thank us for keeping the city running, but now on the New York PD new policy, it feels like we've gone from being heroes to being treated like criminals. This new New York PD policy is targeting delivery workers like me. I'm just first 2 weeks, more than 1,000 criminal summonses were handed out to cyclists, most of them delivery workers. That means if I'm on my bike, I roll through a red light, maybe because I'm rushing to meet delivery time the app is pressuring me to meet, I could give in a criminal court summons. Think about that, a criminal summons for a traffic violation that put us into the criminal justice system, many of us for the first time, no lawyer, no support, just fear. Some workers are scared, not even show up in court because of possible contact with ICE. Others show up and are told because of administrative errors, they have to come back another day, losing work, losing income, and adding more stress to our already difficult lives. And what worse, this someone said can trigger background checks by the apps, causing workers to be deactivated just like that. Our only source of income is gone. What's happening is not about keeping the streets safer. If it were, car drivers will be treated the same way, but they're not. This policy targets by riders, us, and that discrimination is unjust, that we make a mistake were criminalized while cars, for more dangerous, don't face the same consequences. I'm asking the New York City to stand with us. We don't need criminalization. We need real solution. We urge you to. You're the end of New York PD criminal summons policy targeting cyclists. invest in safe bike infrastructure and strong labor protection for deliveristas, hold up delivery companies accountable for the unsafe conditions they create. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Can you hear me? Okay, I can hear me. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Carolyn Lewis. I am the Vice President of Tribal and Law Enforcement Affairs for the National Child ID Program. I'm coming to you because we have a critical and a serious case going on throughout the country. I'm sorry, thank you. We have over 1,000 kids that go missing every day, every single day. And we don't have, it's not being talked about, it's not being addressed. So if I may, I provided a child ID kit. The National Child ID Program started in 1997 when Amber Hageman went missing, thus where the Amber Alert came from. And with the help of our NFL partners, Hall of Fame, they started this program down in Texas, giving out over 25,000 kits. These kits do not go in a database. They are not given to any authorities. These are solely for family members to hold on to these kits in the event that their loved ones go missing. And if I may just take a minute just to read a couple of things. So basically, this kit is a comprehensive information. It allows you to do your own fingerprints, has decentralized fingerprint in there. It has a 3-card stock that you could fill out for yourself, your families, and you can look at it on your own. What we're asking is that we're asking for your help to seek to raise $1 million for a manufacturing grant, which would allow us, with this, would allow us to manufacture more kits to be distributed here in New York. Now, if you match, let's say for argument's sake, you give us $1 million, the National Child ID will match dollar for dollar, which would be $2 million, which would be 650,000 kits that could be distributed throughout the city, preferably to our students. We are focusing on bringing this nationwide. It's actually global. I personally have given out over 450,000 kits nationally, and we look forward to continuing this. I have given a letter, which my personal information as well as the executive director's information is on there, and hopefully we can get $1 million so that we can take care of our kids. Because basically, their safety is their future is our safety, and their safety is our duty. So thank you for the time.
Thank you, Chair Brandon and Chair Salam, and to the committees for holding this hearing and giving us the opportunity to testify. My name is Daphne Tamasilan. I'm the Associate Director of Programs at the Asian American Federation, where we represent the collective voice of more than 70 member nonprofits serving 1.5 million Asian New Yorkers. Since 2021, our organization has played a critical role in keeping Asian New Yorkers safe as an anchor organization of the Partners Against the Hate Forward Initiative, also known as the PATH program. I'm testifying today with a few of the other PATH anchor organizations and one of our sub-anchors. In 2025, public safety for Asian New Yorkers is under threat like never before. Escalating anti-immigrant policies, ICE encroachment on local authority, and ongoing anti-Asian hate have created deep fear, especially in immigrant communities. As an anchor organization, we provide culturally competent, language-accessible programming and services that address hate violence in conjunction with our sub-anchors. Current services are running well, as they have been for the past 4 years, and making changes now, while New Yorkers feel heightened fear and anxiety about public safety, would get in the way of past success. Since the start of the program, we've trained over 2,500 community members in safety techniques, provided over 990 community members with protective presence and accompaniment services, and we've recruited over 400 volunteers to provide safety services in Asian majority neighborhoods. Despite its success, our PATH funding was cut by $30,000 per anchor for FY26. We respectfully urge the Council to restore full funding for PATH to the anchors and increase public safety investment to meet community needs, and increase funding for anti-violence and immigrant safety programming like our Hope Against Hate campaign. At a time of continued hate, violence, and rising fear, this reduction in funding jeopardizes vital programs and safety services, risks cutting off access to healing and support for some of the city's most vulnerable residents, and contradicts the city and the council's stated commitments to safety, equity, and wellness for all New Yorkers. We've spent many years building infrastructure to provide this safety programming, and the challenges faced by our community demand long-term investment in public safety. Thank you for your support and the opportunity to testify.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mariam Al-Khaldi, and I'm the Advocacy and Civic Engagement Manager at the Arab American Association of New York.
Since 2001, AAANY has fought against the continued rise of hate crimes against our communities. And in 2021, we joined the Partners Against the Hate Forward initiative under the Office of the Prevention of Hate Crimes. AAANY and our grantees have led hundreds of self-defense trainings, trained thousands of community members in bystander intervention and de-escalation tactics, provided hate crimes prevention workshops and resources to thousands of New Yorkers, and advocated both on the local and statewide level for legislation that protects our communities from hate violence. One of our grantees, Council on American Islamic Relations New York, has been collecting data on hate crimes against Palestinian, Arab, and Muslim New Yorkers, many of which go unreported to the NYPD and city offices. Since October 2023, they've received 290 reports of hate crimes or bias incidents against community members on the basis of their identity as Palestinian, Arab, or Muslim, or for showing pro-Palestine solidarity, including 134 from students in the K-12 and university levels. At AAANY, we've seen firsthand the scope and trauma of this hate violence. We've worked with clients whose hijabs were ripped off, mosques that were vandalized with hateful words, and much more. Our organization has also faced hate crimes, including threats of physical violence, and our staff has experienced harassment, stalking, and threats because of our identities and the work that we do. The PATH program allowed us to serve thousands of clients and provide supports to hundreds of victims of hate. Despite the program's success, each PATH anchor's funding was cut by $30,000 for FY26 by OPHC. At a time of hate, rising fear, and with the federal administration spewing anti-immigrant hate, our services are needed more than ever. And so we ask the NYC Council to increase investment in our safety work to meet the needs of our communities that we serve, and the funding be restored for the PATH initiative. AAANY has been and will continue to be on the front lines, working to combat hate violence, promote community safety, and we hope that the New York City Council will continue to support us in doing so. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Peace all, hello, good afternoon. My name is Reem. I'm the Director of Community Organizing and Public Advocacy at the New York City Anti-Violence Project, AVP. AVP is a direct service and advocacy organization. We serve LGBTQ survivors of violence. We have a 24/7 bilingual hotline where survivors can access our free counseling and free legal services. And we also engage members with community organizing and leadership development trainings. We envision a world where LGBTQ and HIV affected people are safe and live free from violence. And we are the only LGBTQ specific victim services agency in the city. It was in this very city that the Stonewall Uprising happened in 1969, where LGBTQ people have had enough and made it known that we deserve to have the same level of safety as everyone else. While that sounds like a distant time, it is unfortunate that the fight must still go on. To this day, LGBTQ people experience hate violence at a higher rate than our straight and cisgender counterparts. And because LGBTQ identity lives at the intersection, imagine the compounded violence that a person experiences if they are BIPOC, if they are immigrants, if they are houseless, and if they are formerly incarcerated. Especially now, with the current federal administration, LGBTQ people are a target of harmful policies. The rollback of federal protections against discrimination in healthcare and education, targeting trans people and their access to gender-affirming care, and even legislation that bans LGBTQ inclusive curricula in schools. If there is any respite in this, it's that we're in New York. The very place that the Stonewall Uprising started, and we must honor that legacy. We call on you, members of the City Council, thank you for being here, for hearing us, and we call for your support. Let's make it known that New York City doesn't have a place for hate or harmful policies, and let us put those words into practice. As another anchor org of the Path Forward initiative, we ask to increase the funding to ensure that the anchor orgs get their funding restored by the $30K that was cut, and to increase the hate violence prevention initiative to support the organizations working with the communities most vulnerable to violence, and to reallocate funding from law enforcement agencies to community-based organizations that offer culturally competent services that speak their language and that offer life-saving services, and to invest in community safety, education, healthcare, and housing for all. Thank you.
Thank you to Chair Brennan and Chair Salam and the Committees on Public Safety and Finance for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Hannah Jang, and I serve as a community outreach advocate for the Korean American Family Service Center. For over 35 years, KFSC has supported immigrant survivors of gender-based violence, offering safety, healing, and hope through culturally and linguistically accessible services. At KFSC, we see firsthand how domestic violence, sexual violence, child abuse, and AAPI hate harms physical and mental health in our community. Our clients, primarily Korean and other Asian immigrant women, often face violence, isolation, shame, and fear when seeking help. As a leader in seeking to end violence of all kinds, KFSC has joined the Partners Against the Hate Forward initiative to keep New Yorkers safe. I'm testifying today to both acknowledge the current investment in the city has made in hate violence prevention and to also ask for increased investment in public safety. The PATH program has allowed us to create safely programming responsive to community needs, respond quickly to crises with wraparound case management and connections to long-term mental health services, offer community workshops to educate community members on how to keep themselves safe during times of violence, and more. We provided hundreds of safety resources to community members, engaged nearly 100 volunteers in trainings and safety events, and conducted 15 in-person events through this program. KFSC respectfully urges the City Council to invest in community-based organizations that deliver culturally and linguistically competent services for immigrant families, and to increase funding for initiatives that directly support AAPI communities and broader community safety. Specifically, we ask that you invest in the Hate Crime Prevention Initiative, which supports community-led efforts to address trauma and bias-fueled violence, and restore full funding for PATH. Sustain and expand funding for the Immigrant Mental Health Initiative to help reduce stigma and promote access to care in immigrant communities. Continue supporting the AAPI Community Support Fund, which has been critical to reaching survivors who are often overlooked. Strengthen the Mental Health Services for Vulnerable Populations initiative with a focus on culturally grounded service models. At KFSC, we are committed to ensuring that every survivor of violence can access mental health care and services that speak their language, understand their culture, and honor their resilience. We urge you to stand with us to help build a city that truly includes and supports all New Yorkers. Thank you for your leadership and the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you all very much. Thanks for all you do. Thank you. Okay, our next panel is Richard William Flores, Ligia Galupa, Constant Lasolde, Christopher Leon Johnson, and Y. Jennings. Constance, you want to go first? Or actually, pass the mic to your left. You can go, yeah, let's go right to left.
Me? Come on, what's good? What's wrong? Hello. I spoke here in February, and I spoke here in April. Stalking issue. Last night I had to call 311 because the man above me has been electrocuting me. Gave me my heart attack, and today I'm now working on my third one. 2:32, I called 311, K4207. I've been stalked since May 11, 2006. I reached out to the wonderful Salam, Sir Salam, last year. Reached out to many wonderful people to no avail. I lost 19 years of my life. If you dare to spend one day following me, it's pretty scary. I don't go out anymore. The wonderful Jessica Tish that was here, with what's his name, Matt Frazier. The one here, was it Sienna, Kinsella? Yeah. All these wonderful people get the same email. Wiles, W-I-L-E-S, and Levitt, the White House. Pam Bondi, DOJ. Stacy Lynch. 15 plus emails, the same email, about the stalking, taunting, harassing of me. Now, 19 years. 2 heart attacks, and the man above me, how do you put it nicely, is trying to kill me. The vibrating electric underneath me. I have sore ears now, very sore ears, and it's not a part of my body that's not in pain. And I have a lump here. I have a whole issue of things that went to the mayor, to the governor, but most of all, that man who read 10 letters a day, Obama, who got a letter a day from me for 8 years. To this day, 5,000 plus letters have gone to the White House at every bus and train camera. I just sat here today, as you notice, and not move. As everyone crept around me, I had to behave myself and allow it because I can't do anything about it. Ms. Jennings, I've been asked you all for help from the days of, what's his name, Raymond Diaz, Bronx Borough President? Yeah, to now, nothing. The wonderful Jessica Tisch.
Thank you very much. Constance?
My name is Constance Lessold, and I'm not officially representing anyone today, but as you know from my prior testimony, Chairman Brannon, I'm very involved with senior citizens centers, and I would have hoped to have with me my partner at 966, Grace Haregood, Senior Center of the Fort Greene Group, because we had begged for help from the Department of Transportation in regard to the e-bike and the bicycles and the motorcycles and everything else issues. And we didn't get any answer from the Department of Transportation. But I do have to say that the problems have somewhat, it would appear to this pedestrian and others, have improved over the last years. So I have to look at Jessica Tisch's testimony seriously. I am very sympathetic to the community that is faced with ICE threats, and in some ways that includes all of us. I just got a request last night to help a church in Newburgh, New York, where ICE went into a service without notice and took out 6 people. That church is hoping to organize churches. I just say this because I am very involved with a lot of issues around ICE, and I am sympathetic, but I am not sympathetic to the idea that documented or undocumented workers have the right to go through a red light and endanger the lives of the pedestrians. No, everybody has to go by the laws, and if there is no consequences when they don't, we don't get any improvement. I just have to say that the fare evasion issue, the transit authority is charging too much for the city. And whatever you can do on these issues within the budgetary way, do it. And with the Franklin Avenue shuttle, please look at the issues of graffiti, where the great artwork is being damaged by, I am told by the police, white troublemakers, and they have faced no consequences. The assembly person has taken the artwork down, and
thank you very much.
Yeah, it's just that they came right back again, so that the police are not they are not protecting our precious artwork at Franklin and Fulton that we all work so very hard for. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lygia, go ahead.
Oh, there you go. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairs Yusuf Salam and Justin Brennan, for the opportunity to speak. My name is Ligia Hualpa. I represent the Workers' Justice Project in Los Deliberistas Unidos. And today I'm here to call out and condemn the new NYPD recent policy that targets cyclists, particularly delivery workers, with criminal summons for traffic violations. Let's absolutely be clear. This policy is not about public safety. It's about criminalizing immigrant workers, the people who actually feed and keep every New Yorker safe. This crackdown is not just shameful. It's outrageous and dangerous. It sends a clear message that our city will rather punish working class people rather than holding accountable multi-billion-dollar corporations like Uber, DoorDash, Grubhub. Companies that have created a system where workers are forced to deliver faster, take more risks, and put their own safety on the line in order to avoid being deactivated or losing their income that they have. Today, I heard the NYPD commissioner claim that civil summons were not too harsh enough, and that in the name of public safety, criminalizing delivery workers and cyclists is ultimately necessary. That's outrageous, and that's a lie. Let me be clear and let me share with you. Delivery workers have always been a target of excessive traffic enforcement. This has already cost thousands of dollars in civil summons to delivery workers, hitting where it hurts the most, their pockets, their family income. So this enforcement, now turning this criminal summons, this civil summons into criminal enforcement, it's painful. The idea that criminalizing on the name of public safety, it's a complete lie. And here I am asking to you for your support. We need to condemn this type of policies and really address the roots of the core issues. What workers really need is protected bike lanes, safe and accessible bike parking, designated delivery zones so they don't have to be blocking traffic or being in the pedestrian areas, battery swap charging stations, and a community center approach that is not about criminalizing, but educating, protecting workers from the algorithm systems that are exploiting our own people and hardworking New Yorkers. We look forward to working with you, joining forces to calling out to the end of these harmful policies and building real solutions that is about caring for the people that cared for every New Yorker during the pandemic, instead of treating them as criminals.
Thank you.
I'll go. Hello, Chairs Brandon, Chairs Yusuf Salam. My name is Christopher Leon Johnson, and I'm here to support the Deliveristas. I'm here to support these two nonprofits here. Shout out to the Street Vendor Project for giving me this pen at the Small Business Fair, and the Workers Project giving me this pen at the fair too. All right, so I want to make this clear that, look, these policies that Jessica Tisch has done on behalf of her mother is really racist and discriminatory against the Deliveristas. What this does is put these guys and gals in danger with immigration, because a lot of you guys don't have papers, and all it's going to do is open them up to ICE. And I'm calling to the city council to make a statement with all the members that really care about these Deliveristas on this, in this situation, to really condemn Jessica Tisch for what she's doing on behalf of her mother. She's not doing this on behalf of street safety, because if it was for street safety, it'll be for everybody, but she's doing this on behalf because her mother complained. So I'm calling on the city councils who really condemn Jessica Tisch for doing this to these Deliveristas. I am calling on the city council to find a way to demolish that newsstand right outside City Hall and install that Deliverista hub on behalf of the Worker Justice Project. Why are you guys not doing this yet for? I don't get what's going on here. At the same time, I'm calling to the city council to make sure that the Worker Justice Project and the Street Vendor Project still keep their funding in the FY26 cycle, because there's a lot of internal stuff that's going on, and I believe they should still keep their funding for what they do for the city of New York. And another thing is that tomorrow at 6 o'clock at Union Square, there's going to be a critical mass bike ride down from Union Square to City Hall, and I hope that you, Mr. Justin Brandon, show up, or send one of your staff members to show up and show your solidarity to the Deliveristas that are getting harassed by the NYPD. And one more thing is that we need to abolish Cop City. For the FY27 cycle, we need to find a way to abolish Cop City, because the Deliveristas and the street vendors are going to be harassed more with the help of the NYPD. And another thing is that we have to stand with our Deliveristas. We have to stand with all the Deliveristas in the city, they shouldn't be discriminated because they ride a bike down the street. They're essential workers. I know. You have to go. They're essential workers. They deliver pills. They deliver medicine. I have family that's sick, and I don't want anybody, even my worst enemy, to not be able to get medicine because the deliverista get arrested because some don't know the language barrier, or and some might resist. And they might be, why I can't get my pills because the person that delivered my pills got arrested by the NYPD. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, go ahead.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify to the City Council, especially to Council Member Justin Brennan, who has been present at the last 3 testimonials that I've made here in the month of May. Commissioner Tisch and the NYPD testimonials today, while explaining all of the efforts to combat reductions in crime, I don't feel are being assessed accurately by this council or by the NYPD or other municipal agencies, including the Department of Inspection, Internal Affairs Bureau, Department of Homeland Services, Department of Social Services, HRA, Health and Hospitals, and even the Social Security Administration, and other federal agencies, including the DOJ, FBI, and CIA. In the month of May alone, I have been targeted as a victim of crime, experiencing both physical and sexual assaults on the streets of New York with no official resolution by the NYPD or other agencies, namely the DOI and the IAB, or even agencies like the CCRB. These assaults were particularly violent on one occasion, as I mentioned just the other day. A young college-age person kicked a MTA glass partition glass repeatedly with the objective of shattering it, which I believe is a form of biochemical terrorism. As far as the safest Memorial Day in terms of zero shootings, a criminal doesn't need a gun to kill someone. I was physically assaulted in broad daylight at 17 State Street outside of a building where I used to be employed, again, as I mentioned, as a CCR agent for a company called Shareholder Communications from 1995, 1998, and 2001, where I witnessed the attacks at the World Trade Center on 9/11. I reported this assault from Memorial Day to the 1st Precinct. I was told by an officer who they did not officially take the incident report. I was told and asked by the officer at the 1st Precinct whether I called 911 after the incidents. I believe this is ridiculous and absurd. The budget hearing is on what the NYPD policies are doing to combat crime in NYC, and specifically Commissioner Tisch and the NYPD and their affiliates should go over and beyond this meeting to have a sincere and factual account of what measures are being taken to ensure the safety of law-abiding American citizens.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, our next panel.
Thank you.
Thank you all. We have Adriana Rivera and David Cook. After this, you have like one more. Brian, thank you, bro. I'll see you tomorrow. Okay. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, City Council, for having us speak today. My name is Lieutenant Adriana Rivera. I'm an EMT and training officer. I also work for an organization called Emergency Medical Service Public Advocacy Council, EMS PAC, that strives for the ideal of pay parity and proper mental health support for EMTs. I'm also the mother of a 10-year-old EMT junior, who I'm very proud of. I am the chief of the EMS PAC's Peer Mentor Support Hardship Help Division, open to all members of service, whether private or volunteer alike. I come here today to speak on behalf of EMS workers in the service. Over the last few years, emergency call volume has increased tremendously. EMTs are expected to perform at their very best every second of their shift. These individuals are exposed to the worst of what the city has to offer, but are the best people in our city.
They deal with mass casualty incidents, severe domestic violence situations, child abuse, miscarriages, gunshot and stab victims, grandparents dead on arrival. Overdoses are expected. Murder and suicides are typical. Dead baby today, rape victim tomorrow. This is their norm. I apologize if this sounds blunt to you, but I only describe what it takes to be an emergency medical service worker out in the field. They arrive to the same calls that police do without proper safety equipment, willing to put themselves at risk. They are assaulted, spit on, and degraded. This is their daily grind, upward 40 hours a week, day in, day out. They do this all on minimal pay. Over the last 20 years, the starting pay has only increased by $4.69 for the fire department, EMT workers. This is certainly not a living wage. These people have families to support, and they're trying to pay their way through school. The percentage of call volume has increased astronomically over the past few years, while the pay has certainly lagged behind. The rate of suicide among first responders has seen an uptick, certainly increasing during the pandemic and hasn't slowed since. There's an unfortunate stigma to seeking mental health help. Members are afraid that they will be put on restricted duties or feel ostracized from their cohorts. I hope that you take into consideration my testimony and the testimony of my peers. I pray that the City Council votes yes to increase wages, which will encourage neighboring EMS services to fall in line, and yes to funding mental health resources for EMS workers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Great job. Great job. First off, I want to say good afternoon to everybody in this room. I hope everybody has a good day, and I also want to just give thanks to God and thanks to Jesus Christ. I want to thank you guys for hearing my testimony and my comrade. My name is David Cook. I'm a lieutenant with the fire department, New York City EMS. I worked 17 years with the fire department, and to be honest with you, I really deserve more than 2 minutes because I put my life on the line saving every person in New York City, every borough, nonstop, doing countless hours of overtime. You see, I'm a paramedic, and I'm also a former paramedic instructor, which means I trained a lot of young EMTs and paramedics to do great field work in the streets. You see, Michael Finneran was one of my instructors, and he called me when I was a young EMT, 21-year-old kid on the job, superhero. And I learned very quickly that every superhero, and I'm going to use Superman as the analogy, that even Superman deserves to go home to Lois Lane and can be Clark Kent and live his life normal. And that goes for every man and woman in the fire department EMS. The pay is so low, everybody's doing countless overtime. You have mothers struggling by themselves. They're struggling by themselves, taking care of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 kids. We need you guys to vote on money. Listen, how do you want the superheroes to save the firemen, the police officers, when they go in dangerous buildings? Who do you think's gonna save them? The paramedics and EMTs. I'm speaking for everybody. I'm also Vice President of Operations of a nonprofit organization called EMS PAC. We have about 12,000 followers, and we educate the public, and all we promote is pay parity. So yeah, we need everybody to stop saying you're gonna do something, actually do something. I testified here in 2020. Right here, it says New York's best. When I got this jacket done, it says New York best. That's what FDNY EMS is. So I wanna figure out why we gotta sit here and negotiate and waste time on when to pay us. Let's cut the nonsense. And Mayor Adams made promises, he didn't live up to it. A lot of these politicians been in office, didn't live up to it, so I'm tired of the games. And the truth is, all of the EMTs and paramedics are struggling. You have men suffering through mental health. They're paying child support. They're struggling to take care of their kids. I'm gonna keep going. I deserve that, I earned that. I sit there and intubate patients when they go into cardiac arrest. I stick IVs in patients' arms and give them medication. I bring the dead back to life in New York City. You're gonna hear me when I talk. That's a fact. I speak for all the EMTs and paramedics. You're gonna respect me. That's a fact. I got the internal affairs in the fire department chasing EMTs and paramedics out of bathrooms and taking their money for nonsense in FDNY EMS. FDNY EMS dictates when the privates and hospital 911 are gonna get their salary increase. So if you don't increase the EMTs and paramedics salary in the fire department, the rest of them gotta suffer. So who's gonna have the kahunas to do what they gotta do? I gotta keep coming back here. My name's David Jesse Cook. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks to all of you for your testimony today and sharing your thoughts and experience. If there's anyone in the chamber who wishes to speak but has not yet had the opportunity to do so, please raise your hand and fill out an appearance card with the Sergeant at Arms at the back of the room. Seeing no hands in the chamber, we will now shift to online testimony via Zoom. We will now call Johnny Gilliam.
You may begin.
Hi, sorry, can you folks hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Good afternoon, Chair Salam and the members of the Committee on Public Safety. My name is Johnny Gillum. I am a paralegal at the New York City Anti-Violence Project, AVP. You heard from my colleague Reem earlier, so I will try to just speak from the legal perspective and avoid duplication. My written testimony does go into considerably more detail than I'll be able to here, and I encourage all of you to read it. Now, you folks don't need me to tell you that the LGBTQ community that we serve, which includes immigrants, Black and brown folks, sex workers, and queer New Yorkers of all descriptions, is under direct legal attack from the federal government. Small community organizations like ours are likewise targeted. We at AVP have been defunded nearly $500,000 in federal grants, and we expect to lose considerably more. That's a lot of money for a small organization like ours. We don't know if we're going to be able to survive in a budgetary perspective. And so for this reason, we ask that the Council increase funding to vulnerable league organizations like our own, and also encourage MockJ to do the same. We at AVP Legal represent clients at all levels of the criminal justice system. Our clients are often undocumented or sex workers or both, and they tend to move between the traditional roles of victim and perpetrator within the criminal justice system. We strive to provide those clients with holistic and culturally competent representation that other folks would not be able to. We do crime victims advocacy, criminal defendant advocacy, immigration representation, etc. To give you an example, I want to briefly introduce Isabela, who is a client of ours. She's a trans woman from Guatemala, a victim of trafficking. She is now subject to the racist and unconstitutional Lake and Riley Act. So if she were picked up by ICE today, she would be summarily deported without any right to representation. When we first started working with her, we were doing defense advocacy. Then we moved into deportation defense, and we're now doing crime victims advocacy for her, trying to get her out of her trafficking situation. And we're working with city agencies to do that. And that's just kind of a brief example of the really holistic representation that we're able to provide.
Thank you for your testimony. Time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're now making a final call for any person who is on Zoom who has not yet spoken. If you're currently on Zoom and wish to speak but have not yet had the opportunity to do so, please use the raised hand function and our staff will unmute you. Seeing no hands, I would like to note that everyone can submit testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov within 72 hours of this hearing. We thank the administration and the public for attending this hearing to share their thoughts on the oversight topic and attached legislation and look forward to following up on these issues. With that, this hearing is now adjourned.